Hey, how's it going? Is my audio working? Yeah, audio seems to be working on the stream. Oof. I just woke up a little tired. I've been working as a bike courier, trying to lose weight. Haven't had much time to do anything else. No idea what that means. I'm using a cheap bike because I'm using it for work and I have to leave it outside. So I'm just using a cheap mountain bike. It slept okay, not great. I guess they're tipping okay. And no, it wasn't really doing it for the money, mostly for the exercise. How are you guys in the chat doing? Need to wait for like Taco to get online to do like an add everyone or whatever. If anybody in my YouTube chat, if anybody in my YouTube chat wants to join, there is a link. I don't even know if that works. I don't even know if that works. One sec, I'm going to edit that one. There we go. Now it should be working.
Hello, T-Jump. I tried to get people to join. Does Islam make rational sense chat? But they said that you were. They said a whole bunch of things, honestly, that I can't repeat.
Yeah, they are afraid of me. That is true. No,
true, and yeah, that's pretty true.
You don't need a camera to join. You just need a microphone. So.
Hey, white boy, what's up?
I'm not white. I'm from Texas.
Hey, white boy. You're from Texas?
Yep.
I'm from China.
What part of China? Like
Shenzhen.
Hong Kong. Oh, okay.
Yeah, close to Hong Kong. Mm-hmm.
Are you a theist?
You're from the U.S.?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I was a theist. Maybe 10 years ago. Maybe 8 to 10 years ago. Maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I was theist. But after that, as I grow, as time goes by, I gradually kind of converted myself, okay, into someone who believe in God. Okay?
Heard you should debate T Jump. He's in the chat right now. It's his show, actually.
T-Jump? Trump?
What? I wasn't listening.
He's the guy with the gigantic head as a profile picture.
Hey, T-Jump, what's up?
Not much.
So you guys all theist?
No, I'm an atheist.
Theist?
A-
What's the difference between atheist and theist?
Atheist says there is no God. Theist believes there is a God. Hey, Viola, I am very tired right now. If any of you guys want to send emails, find speakers for me to debate, feel free. I do not have time right now. It sucks.
Yeah, no one's biting. So I tried in all
Oh
the
my
religious
God,
chat.
I confused. I confused these two words. I confused theist with atheist. So atheist is someone who does not believe in God.
Right. A means not. So if you put A in front of something, it means not that thing.
Okay.
Facts. I'm gonna go try to hunt down more people. I'll be right back.
Appreciate it. Oy. If anyone has any questions, philosophy, politics, religion, raise your hand. Why consent as the basis of morality? Because it fits the patterns of moral intuition, moral progress, I think, better than any other possible basis.
Hey, would you want to debate flat earthers?
I don't know.
Do it. Do it. I'm gonna get him just to piss you off.
Sure.
I didn't get an affirmative no, so I'm just gonna take the initiative.
What does an affirmative no look like?
I can't answer that question. I have to.
That makes sense. Hamza is afraid to debate me. Darth probably won't join. He's afraid to debate me too.
Darwin.
No, I'm talking to my YouTube chat. We're talking about other people. Books might recommend I have a list of a suggested reading list on my Discord somewhere. They're not, I think there's some books on there, but most of them are academic papers about philosophical distinctions, analytic synthetic distinction, Newman phenomena, synthetic with the scientific versus manifest something. I forget what they all are. Why aren't all the chat showing in both places? Deprogrammer, what both places? RestreamBot seems to be working on that channel. It's working on Twitch. The YouTube chat window and your window. Do you mean some of the chats aren't going onto my window? Content live. I need a nap. Hey, Amy, how's it going? Silverhawk, I cannot hear you.
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Very tired. I got another
About
job
the
as
same way.
a bike courier, so I've been doing lots of biking, trying to lose weight.
Really?
Yep.
Hey, T. Jump. I saw your video with Daniel.
Cool.
And have you moved out of your mom's basement yet?
I was never in my mom's basement.
We're on the video.
No.
Yeah, I remember you saying, "Mom, I'm working."
From the phone, maybe. But did
No,
you
were
like
yelling
how I
at her.
crushed Daniel because he got owned, destroyed?
No, I remember you got kind of emotional.
He got destroyed. Anyone else?
Yeah, they like to try and make ad homs, but they're not really big on theology, philosophy, science.
Yeah.
I guess I'll keep on saying it. There are no gods. At least that we have good evidence for. So come on, Theus.
Do you have the ability to at everyone, Amy, in Discord? This Discord.
I don't think that I do.
Hmm.
Hi, Ava. Did you have a question?
Hi. I guess my question is like, so what's your like, I guess, overall thesis, Mr. T Jump? You just don't believe in any celestial like overall being, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in any gods of any kind. I think they are imaginary beings.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't even believe in like souls or any of that stuff?
Nope. Don't think they have any
Mm.
difference.
Okay, but like, okay, but like, what if you meet someone and like you know they're like snake energy?
No, they're what?
Snake energy.
I don't think that makes any sense.
Oh, come on, dude. You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you meet someone and you can just get the sense that they're a snake.
You
That
saying they're dishonest?
no, that they're like, yeah, they're like bad people. Like you can get a sense that their soul is icky.
I think that's intuition, and it comes from physiological reactions with your eyes and your ears and pheromones. It doesn't actually have anything to do with soul energy.
Okay. Interesting. So who are before I jump out, who are some like people that you like recommend reading from then? Are you like a Darth are you like a Richard Dawkins kind of guy or like a Sam Harris or like or you're a intellectual?
I would recommend reading philosophical distinctions like the Newman of phenomena distinction, the analytic synthetic distinction, a priori, a posteriori, scientific versus manifest image. That's the biggest contributions in philosophy.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And I said that'll be my last question, but I actually do have like one last question, right? Because you warrior bros when it comes to atheism sometimes have this really cringe take where you pretend that when it comes to Abrahamic religions, you think Islam is the worst of them all. Do you believe that?
Probably.
Why?
It has the most detrimental impacts on societies and cultures.
You can say that, like maybe today, but you don't think historically that was like Christianity or like Judaism or whatever?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think maybe Christianity's probably killed more people over time. So if you're doing like a cumulative case over history, Christianity would probably be worse.
Okay. I mean, and then like, okay. So you're just doing it on who kills the most people. You don't want to look at the nuance of it, right? Like, fucking Israel is like, supposed to be a fucking like, I don't know, first world country. No, I don't think it is. And they kill innocent people like fucking every day. But okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's all you really need to know about you. Thank you.
That one's, I don't think so. So Israel as a country, even though it does do lots of immoral things in Palestine, it does far less immoral things than what pretty much any other country would do. So like if America was in Israel's place, there would be no Palestine. They would have just wiped it off the map a long time ago. Or if Russia or if China or if any other country was in Palestine's place being rocketed by, or in Israel's place being rocketed by Palestine, they would have just destroyed Palestine a long time
That's
ago.
a really spicy take, babes.
It is, but do you think it's wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's completely wrong. I'm Palestinian, right?
Yeah.
So I see the shit that Israel has done. I've seen it firsthand.
Sure.
The only reason why it hasn't fucking like killed like every single person there yet is because America has like told them not yet. That's genuinely the only reason why.
No, America has definitely not said that. But do you think other countries kill more innocent civilians than Israel?
I think other countries are much larger, and Israel's. Naam. I'm sorry, my mom needs me. I have to hop out.
No problem.
Bye.
Well, my main point would just be, is she religious or not? Because Israel tends to be more secular. I want countries to be more secular. I wish the Middle East would all become secular governments.
Hello, T-John.
Hey,
Okay, I was looking over something regarding your moral view recently, and I was going to ask you this question. Under your moral theory, how do you be able to resolve a case where a murderer wants to kill someone? How do you resolve that case?
will only applies to yourself and your property. So if you will to do something to someone else's will, it is not immoral for you to be unable to do it.
So let's say, for example, so you think that if, for example, a murderer wants to kill someone and the person wants to die, that's not an immoral activity?
Correct. If they voluntarily accept or consent to being killed and someone consents to killing them, then that is no immoral action is taking place.
And in the case where someone does not want to be murdered by someone else, right? Do you think it is a case that that person is doing something which is immoral because they're imposing on the murderer's will?
No, I answered that in the first question. So will only applies to yourself and your property. So if you will to do something to someone else, it is not an immoral imposition that you can't do it, because it will only applies to yourself and your property, not other people's property or their selves.
Oh, so you're saying that in that case it wouldn't apply then, because like it's an inaction, not an action in itself.
It would be an imposition on the will of the victim, and the victim has rights over themselves and their property. And so if you will to do something to their property, you don't have a right over their property. So it's not immoral for you to not be able to.
So what I'm hearing is that when you're talking about imposition of will, it applies to most cases, but not all specific cases, because obviously if it's going to be the case that you have a victim who does not want to be murdered by a murderer, Bob, for example,
No. It
there's going to be an
applies to
imposition of will that goes both ways.
yourself and your property.
Yeah, I get the first part, but I'm saying that, yes, I'm saying that you're basically applying it to a specific amount of cases, not all cases, right?
To yourself and your property. Yes. Your will is only applied to
Mhm.
yourself and to your property.
Would you want to give like a specific example to clarify this concept?
If you want to kill another person, you can't, because that's their will and their property and not your will and your property.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that, let's say it is my will, really. Okay, so you're saying that it only applies to myself or my property in the sense where I cannot impose someone else's will and someone else's property. But then the problem here is going to be that what if someone was, okay, so it has to be a combination of both will and property. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I was under the impression that your moral system is going to be confined to just the imposition of will only, and nothing outside
Will,
of just
by
imposition.
definition, only applies to yourself and your property.
Well, will can be construed to be something which is subtly
Not in
different
my
from
model.
like a
In my
property.
model,
Right?
will
The property is going to be the
specifically
cost.
only applies to yourself and your property by definition in my model.
Oh, in your model, okay.
Yeah,
And
other
the other
people's
question is going to
definitions just don't
be,
matter.
oh, okay. The other question is going to be that, do you believe that the semantic dispute between you and other people when you're talking about morality is relevant to moral discourses?
What?
Like, for example, you mean by immoral, you mean something which does not impose on one's will and property, and by moral is something which does not act upon this supposed immoral activity. If someone else have a different definition from you, or if your definition is not something which is generally accepted within moral discourses or moral talks, do you believe the semantic dispute, the semantic gap is going to be something which is relevant?
No, semantic
consider.
gaps are totally irrelevant when talking about reality. So, like, there was a semantic gap
Mhm.
when Einstein was talking about space-time, and philosophers said time couldn't bend. Einstein said time can bend. Einstein was right. He was proven right with novel predictions, which are confirmed in reality. So their semantic distinction doesn't matter. Semantics is irrelevant. Reality is what matters.
Is there any evidence for Einstein having a different definition from them, or just having a different
Yes, they
a
literally
posteriori
the
perspective of this
no,
definition?
there's literally a different definition.
Okay, so you don't think that Einstein and the scientists are the people who had a different perspective of time, both collectively agreed that time is a sequence of events?
In that sense, my definition of morality agrees with everyone else's definition of morality because it's a definition of what determines what's right and wrong. So there's no difference there.
No, because the definition of morality, even if you're trying to analyze what determines what is right and wrong, that's not to say that the thing that determines such, which is going to be the concept, is identical.
Which would be analogous
The
to the
definition is
Einstein.
what
Stop. That's analogous to the Einstein example. So their concepts of time were different, even though they agreed on one aspect of time, which was that it was a transition of events.
I believe you're incorrect on this. The theories regarding the concept
No,
of time was
stop
different,
talking.
but their
Stop
concept
talking.
was the
Stop
same
talking.
thing.
You are incorrect on this. Literally, this was a criticism brought against Einstein, against the philosophers, or the philosophers brought against Einstein that said time can't bend because time is not a physical object. It's a philosophical object. It's abstract. Therefore, their definition and concept of time was completely contrary to Einstein's. Einstein was right.
Wait, that doesn't.
They were wrong.
Go ahead. Okay, that is a contradict what I'm saying. That's just saying that
That is
they have a different
exactly
perspective
no,
of
no.
the
That's a
properties
different
related to
definition.
time. That's not the
That's a
same as them
different
having a different
definition. It's
concept.
exactly the same thing. That's exactly the same thing. If you don't get that, you're just too stupid and you're wasting my time. Definitions don't matter. Reality matters. Definitions change to correspond to reality, and so no, the semantic distinctions are irrelevant. Anybody else have any questions? Philosophy, politics, for me or Amy? Preferably Amy, so I have to talk.
It is just interesting. Your version of morality it consistently triggers, I guess, creationists. I'm trying to think very specifically of the group, but they seem to really try and go at it. It makes sense to me, at least in opposition to Will, even if I think all of the atheists sometimes have subtly different definitions. I feel like they make way more sense than I ever get from a theistic morality.
Nobody else is there. Thank you. Appreciate that, Amy. It makes sense.
And yeah, I will continue to say it until someone comes on to defend it. There is no good evidence for a god. Or if Randolph would be here, I'd say, or a goddess.
Okay, it's pretty obvious we're having like a disagreement on that. I'm just gonna ask you a different question then. The question is, what do you take the problem of underdetermination to be, and do you think it is a universal epistemological problem?
Yes, it's a universal epistemological problem. There's no way to. There's infinitely many hypotheses that can explain all data, empirically equivalent hypotheses.
What do you think? What do you think constitutes a belief or a theory being justified?
There's many different definitions of justification. Mine is novel testable predictions.
Yours is novel testable predictions. Okay, so you believe that justification is just confined to such, or this is just your specific account of justification?
It's what I believe differentiates imagination from reality. There's lots of different definitions of justification.
It is also what we tend to use in science.
This is going to go into something else because I believe that there's like a fundamental definition which is collectively agreed upon, but the theories regarding that definition are going to be different. But regardless, do you believe that your account of justification is the best account of justification? If so, why do you think so?
Yes, because it's the most likely to filter out false hypotheses.
Okay, so why do you think it is the most likely to filter out false hypotheses?
Because the ones that are able to predict the future are the ones that are most likely to be correspondent to something outside of our imagination.
Wait, when you're saying it's most likely, you're making a probabilistic claim. Under what, like, how are you cashing out this view being the most likely view? Like, how does it entail from the Kolmogorov axioms that your view is more likely?
There was a mathematical analysis done on induction to show that in all possible worlds that using induction is the most likely to come to true propositions in all logically possible worlds.
Wait.
So the
You're losing me a bit
applies to mine.
rapidly. So you said that
Mathematically, it's just logically necessary that of all logically possible worlds, mine's most likely to get the things right. in most possible worlds. All other epistemologies fail at a higher degree. That's the answer. Shadow, what is up?
Hey, T-Jump. How you guys doing?
Tired.
I'm
Pretty
tired
good. How are
too.
you?
I'm doing really good. I gotta go in 30 minutes. I haven't really planned for this, but I have a controversial topic that we might disagree on,
Sure.
and it's up to you guys if you want to talk about this, and that is the concept of mental health.
Sure.
I'm gonna just straight up say that I really don't believe that there really is such a thing as mental health, and we got to be very careful when we categorize these things. And the reason
I would
So can I ask? Oh no, go teach.
I would disagree. I'd say
he would
there's-
disagree.
I'd say that there's mental health is essentially a measure of how easy it is for you to find happiness and fulfillment in life, and there are certain brain chemistries that make it extremely difficult and dysfunctional to be able to function in life and be happy in life. And I think those are unhealthy mental states. I think that they're unhealthy because there's a chemical disposition to make them less happy or less functional in life, and that is unhealthy.
And just to piggyback off that, a disorder, as we tend to classify it, tends to be, are you able to function in society or not? If there is something that's impeding you from being able to go about your day, then that tends to be a more mentally unstable, mentally unhealthy thing going on.
Okay. As I said, this was going to be very controversial. I'm going to ask the question, then I'll state why I believe this, my position. What causes these mental health disorders? Like, do you think it's just like a genetic thing, or aging, or nutrition, or maybe it's just genetics, or what do you guys
All of the
think?
above.
All the
And
above.
social things, social factors also cause them.
Okay. I'll tell you my position here. Studying anatomy or the neurology about the brain, there's a thing called neuroplasticity. Your brain always is never static, and it always structures itself. It does more when you're like a young child. It reforms. As when you're an adult, the neuroplasticity becomes less and less. But the fact that the brain always structures itself, always changes, makes me believe that whatever you grew up in your past will ultimately be what affects you in your present. And you can always change your brain. You're never stuck where you are at. You might have to work hard, but you're not. So for me to say that, it's like, okay, maybe there's some, what is it here?
Well, if I could just interrupt, it
Go ahead.
depends on what we're talking about. If it means, if you're, I don't think this is what you're saying, but if you mean that we can override things like cancer with just a great mood and
Well,
intention,
maybe not.
then no. But if you're just saying that we have the ability to possibly change subtle bad habits that we've had, I would say yes, and our brain can. I want to agree with T Jump said earlier. I think it's both genetic and environment. I think that it could be that we have predispositions to things like anxiety or being bipolar, but there's also environmental factors, whether you're stuck in a place that is fruitful for you being who you are, or maybe having a more nurturing environment so that you're able to give back or get a, you know, whatever it is that is impeding us. But yes.
So a couple things there. One is you can't change anything about your brain that you want to. Doesn't matter how hard you work. Some things you can't change. Like most of your brain,
Well, what do you mean you?
most
What
of
do
your
you mean you
brain, you
can't change?
like try to change the fact that, or try to make yourself believe the world is flat. Try to make yourself change who you're physically attracted to. Try to make yourself believe that you don't exist. Try to make yourself make your lungs stop working just by thinking about it, or your nervous system, or flip your arm so that when you try to lift your right arm, it lifts your left arm. Can you do that? No, you can't do that, because it's not determined by you. It's not determined by
About
those things.
we're talking about mental health here.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that there's a lot of things in your brain that you can't change, which includes
Okay.
like how much dopamine is released, how much oxytocin is released, how much serotonin is released. Those things you don't have a control over. They're determined by biology and other factors and conditioning and other parts of your body. And so you don't have control over very much of your brain. You have control over very, very little of your brain. And the way
Okay.
it's organized can be in such a way that it's very bad, very painful, and you don't have any control over it. So you can't change it. Or only a very certain number of things can change it.
Well, I'm gonna. Well, I'll become more prepared when I talk about this. But hey, maybe this could be the topic. I'm just gonna give you my story and maybe show where I base this on. Because and this is something that I only know because I actually self-studied myself. Like I actually pay attention, and it's really hard to. But I know these things. Uh, the sh I I grew up very undeveloped as an adult. I didn't develop until later throughout my years, but that's a different story. Um, Eventually, through life and everything, I developed a phobia. But I removed it. I actually literally, and it was a condition. It was a natural condition. It was a feeling that was kicking in really hard. I actually removed it. Part of it was the cannabis, but we're not gonna, which we're not gonna go there. But also the thing that the really contributing factor that really helped me understand is the fact that I had to cut back on the sugar because I was drinking too much Coke in my diet and drink lots of water, drink more natural sugar and everything. That literally completely like changed the way it got my motivation back up, and I was able to function much more now. Um, so the water, definitely drinking water helps. Can really influence the brain part. So the nice thing about the way I'm living is that if I were to drink 4 bottle or like Coke again, I would start to feel right away the brain fog. But if I were to right now, I can read the book easily, but if I drink the Coke, it would block me. So whatever the sugar is, the acid sugar, whatever the fuck that they burn it up, evaporate. It does it can and it actually does affect your subconscious part. It makes your motivation. It can even halt it.
For
You
you,
guys can determine.
why do you
Hmm?
think that would apply to everyone?
It doesn't apply to everyone. I say me specifically. I'm sorry if I said you, but I sugar can affect people in different ways. But ultimately, sugar can halt people's progress in whatever way you are. It's different from everyone.
Right, it's different from everyone. And so the fact that you were able to cure your condition doesn't
You
tell
can
us.
change. Well, I changed my brain, and you were right. There are certain things that maybe you cannot change. But when it comes to like bipolar and depression
Well, no. So
and things of
because
that
you
sort.
were able to overcome it, that doesn't mean everyone can be able to overcome it.
Well, and before you respond, I just want to point out what it sounds like what you were saying with a little bit of a dramatic tone was don't eat sugar, drink water, which I mean, I support that message, but I don't want to get it confused with like you do that and then the vast majority of people will stop having bipolar condition or having anxiety.
No.
I just
They
want to
have to
separate
work.
out. No,
It's a combination. They have to work with other factors as well, with whatever it is.
well, I would
So
just
no, I never say cutting back on the sugar will also help solve depression. I said that was my case.
Sure.
But
So I'm glad it did happen to you. I think if, anytime you're taking in less sugar, I eat way too much sugar myself. However, uh, we should eat healthy And then if we're talking about mental health, you should see if that that could be a possible strategy that you put forth, along with, if that doesn't help, therapy, medication, or whatever a doctor recommends.
Doctor.
I'm sorry, please don't giggle after saying the word doctor. That
I'm
just
sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
no, it makes me. We should talk, maybe talk about epistemology. Who knows?
No, it's fine. Um,
So I think the
I-
problem is, why do you think that because you were able to overcome it, that implies everyone in all conditions can overcome it with the right work?
I don't think I said everyone. There are certain people who really are narcissistic and who really don't feel good inside, so that really, you could say, have mental health. I guess
Are there
if
people
you
that
believe that
exist who,
sort.
no matter what they think, it will never cure their disease?
Well, think of like the flat earthers. Like the flat earthers, they seem to have this
I'm saying someone who's
quote
open to
unquote,
trying anything, who will genuinely care and genuinely try and will never get better.
will never get better. I better in their depression, better in their whatever it
Yeah,
is that they
whatever the
have.
mental health
I
is.
really disagree with that. But here's the other
Well, that's
thing
that's the
that kind
main
of
point. So
Here, wait, don't say other than that. Actually explain that.
this is the other thing that bogs me. And look, we can disagree, and I respect your opinion. That's fine. The thing that bugs me the most is the fact that I don't think this is really studied much as it was we should have, and also the fact that a lot of the mental health professionals, not that I'm trying to like discredit them or anything like that, um, they tend to avoid when they diagnose you, they tend to avoid the situational issues. If you were bullied at school and you were picked on and you were depressed because of that sort of thing, and then you tell your story, and then they ask you questions, do you have a history of depression? And you said yes. They would just categorize that as mental health. Never mind the fact that maybe you were picked on and maybe there was a
But can
situational
I
thing.
interrupt
They
you for a
tend to
second?
avoid that.
Because what you're explaining again is environment. You're going back to
Well, it
something that
ultimately
happened in
is
the
the
past.
environment
But
that affects you.
see, but that is what T Jump is trying to ask, and what I was trying to delineate is that there are going to be genetic, biological factors. People who will try to go to every medicine and doctor, and then they'll go to every shaman and con artist out there, and it still won't work. And so, what we're trying to get at is, can you accept the fact that it's not just the environment? We accept that there are environmental factors, but that there are
Yeah,
biological, genetic
yeah, they
factors.
usually avoid it.
I
So how
don't.
can
So
you be
therapists are
sure?
idiots. I don't care about the therapists. There are some people who can get better by doing exercise. Exercise will reorganize their brain and they'll be cured of depression. Some people will get better from sex. Sex will reorganize their brain and they'll get better. Some people will get better from being given a home, not being homeless, and that'll cure their depression. Some people will only be better by some extremely extravagant thing, going to space. Like they're autistic. People with autism have a special interest. That special interest is everything, and without it, they're depressed. And the special interest happens to be going to space, and that person has a one leg or whatever. They will never go to space. They will never be cured. And some people have brains that just can't be cured. There is no way to cure them. Biology creates a spectrum of possibilities in the brain, and mental health, some can be cured, some can't be cured. I'm glad you were able to cure yours. That makes you one of the lucky ones. Many people are not able to cure theirs, no matter what they do. Not it doesn't. Your psychology has very little impact on your mental health. Your thinking can't change your brain that much, and so there's a very large number of people who cannot ever be helped by doing therapies, because what they need is something in life, and sometimes what they need is something that people can't give them, like going to space. And so you need to be aware of the fact that not everyone can be cured, even if they're perfectly open minded and perfectly willing to try everything that you could possibly suggest. They still may never get better because the way their brain is organized requires something that's way beyond their reach.
Okay, well, we agree that the diagnosis, some of them are idiots, but okay, I know you're gonna believe in this, that there's other factors other than the environment, but let me just say that this world does have problems, and it'd be nice to argue once we fix these issues that the world has, which I don't know if we ever. Well, maybe T-Jump is going to lose. No, maybe Donald Trump is going to lose his presidency, and then maybe this fucking conservative party is going to go all over the place, and maybe we're going to have a catastrophic meltdown. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen in the future?
Hey, they'll become a conservative party again.
I hate politics so much just for this reason. But
Hey,
unless
T-Jump, how's
people,
it going?
One sec, let him
Thank
finish,
you,
and then
douchebag.
we can go on.
Okay.
All right, but the teacher, what I'm trying to say is that it's hard to argue, especially your case when the world has issues. So unless the world can overcome their issues, and I'm not talking about like their personal, but like the issues in general, especially when it comes to poverty and all that sort. Then maybe we can have this. Maybe we can see if that really solves people's mental health. But anyways,
We already know it does. We've
wish you
already
guys
solved
well.
that one, but like we know that there was a study done that if people who are depressed get more money, this is a money study, it literally makes people happier and cures depression up to like $50,000 with a very high rate of success. So once you get enough money,
Wouldn't that disprove your point?
no. Again, my point is that there are many people who can't be helped no matter what. My point isn't that people can't be helped. There are a lot that can, but there are many who can't no matter what. Because the brain is
Okay.
like, it's a physical object, like color blindness. You can't cure color blindness by thinking about it. You can't cure a broken leg by thinking about it. Your brain is just as much physical as a bone in your body. Thinking about it doesn't give you the option to change it.
I just want to point out therapy can be good, but also agree
It
with
can.
Jump that there are people out there that are incurable. So both
Yeah,
of those
but if
things.
Therapists are
it
idiots.
tends to become
Okay.
problematic. All right, whatever you guys.
Are-
It tends
are
to
you
become
done, Shadow?
problematic. No, problematic when therapy is combined to the core and okay.
Anyway, what else? Other people wanted to chat?
Okay.
Well,
I
All right.
wanted to
T-Jump,
I wanted
you
to say real quick. So T-Jump, when you debated InSync, you said that you allow people to pay you like $70 an hour for you to debate any topic,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Okay, because I wanted to organize a little event for my server. It has like 1.5K
I
members.
don't care how many members you
So I was gonna say, could you add me back so I could try to organize that sometime in the future?
You can organize it just fine without me adding anybody.
Well, it's gonna be easy to contact you, and also if I'm sending you money, I would.
There's like a bunch of PayPal links all over my YouTube, and you can put the links or just DM me or in my Discord, or there's like a billion ways. There's an email, there's a business email. It should not be hard.
You have a business email?
Yes, go to my
Okay,
YouTube,
where do I
go
find
to
that?
the About section. It says business email.
Okay, cool. I was gonna ask, what's your take on abortion? Or actually, how does your model of morality respond to like abortion
It's a
specifically?
justified immoral action. Killing anyone ever for any reason is always immoral. So killing the baby is immoral, but because it's in self-defense of the woman's body, it's a justified immoral action, like putting people in prison or self-defense.
Okay. I guess I was gonna ask one last question before I drop down. But what was the best I guess argument for God that you've ever heard?
They're all pretty terrible, but the best one
Oh.
was the best one was from a Hindu. He said that the Bhagavad Gita predicted the age of the Earth was 4.3 billion years ago, which is really close. So that's a novel testable prediction, which was pretty close to being correct. So that's probably the best argument or evidence I've heard for God.
Actually, let me ask over a question. What do you think about Inspiring Philosophy's argument for God when you had debated him?
It's terrible. It's always been terrible. It's an argument from ignorance.
Would you say that your main argument was sort of appealing to the consensus of science?
Yes, because his argument was cherry picking minority positions in science and claiming that they're supported because they're have scientific papers behind them. So just anybody can cherry pick scientific papers and try to make some ridiculous idea work. And so the best way to counter them is to say, okay, what is the consensus view on that position? Oh, it's garbage. That's the consensus view. Okay, stop cherry picking papers.
But if you were to like use that logic in every instance, wouldn't you never change the consensus because you'd always appeal to the majority of what people believe?
No, because the argument is only when you're cherry picking scientific papers in order to support a view, then you can use the consensus to say, okay, is that taken seriously in the field? No. So the consensus argument is specifically only used to debunk when people are cherry picking other scientific papers as if that's supported in the scientific field.
Well, what do you mean by cherry picking?
Like if
Like
you're just
specifically with him?
going through dozens and dozens of papers to find one that supports your pet idea, and then you use that as a reference to say, oh, look, my pet idea has a basis in science. Then someone can say, what's the consensus on that paper? Is it worth anything? And they can say, nope, it's garbage. And then they can show, oh, you've just been cherry picking your work to try to find things that fit your idea, but you don't actually have any support. So the consensus argument is specifically just to stop people who cherry pick data.
Okay, so do you think it'd be a valid argument to appeal to the consensus if you weren't cherry picking? Like, let's say he didn't cherry pick evidence, but his I guess evidence was believed amongst like the minority of people in that field. Do you think it'd be a valid argument to just be like, okay,
Well, the
well,
consensus
more people believe
isn't
it?
addressing the argument. It's not saying this argument is wrong. It's saying that only in the case where you cherry pick papers, that paper is not evidence. So it has nothing to do with
Okay.
addressing the argument. So if you had an actual argument, I say this argument is wrong because, and then if he's cherry picking data, then I'd say that data is wrong because of the consensus.
Would you consider cherry picking ignoring opposing papers?
No, cherry picking is specifically looking for papers that conform to your idea. Doesn't matter if you ignore other ones.
I mean, is that really wrong though? Don't we sort of do that whenever trying to make arguments for certain things? We look for a consistency that's going to correspond with making our conclusion more likely.
It's not wrong like in some moral sense, but epistemically it's wrong.
Should be showing a wide set of data so that if there's more data that supports your point, then that will naturally show. But if all of the data is showing the opposite direction, but you sound somewhere on the internet one paper that disagrees, then
Well, it's more like it's totally fine to look for data that confirms your idea, but then you would need to test that data with like some kind of if my model is true, here's what we would expect, do some experiment and then confirm the data. So you can look at data and try to find patterns and use that as a way to build a hypothesis, but you can't then say your hypothesis is supported because of this data that you've cherry picked and found. That's the cherry picking fallacy. That's what IP does. So what you would need to do is look for the data that you want and then use that data to build a model. And once you have a model, make future testable predictions. And then once you confirm those, then you'll have real evidence. What IP does is he just looks at papers to try to find things that confirms to his ideas that already exist without actually doing any real work. And anybody can do that. That's just called making stuff up.
Okay, that's all. I'm gonna drop down.
Yep. Shrub, what is up?
T-Jump, you sound well.
I am tired, extremely tired.
Well, I mean, you sound like you've put a solid effort in. This is a good thing. it's amazing. Before I raised my hand earlier for another reason, but then I heard you gentlemen talking about, how there are things that science doesn't seem to solve, and that, it doesn't matter how many times you try it or how many different things you try, you're just going to stay depressed or things are going to be unhappy. And I was like, well, sounds like people might be willing to try, the faith option for a second.
They did
And
that.
I was like, I know, like, I know this is a really warm crowd for that. So, but
Well, it's actually is, because most atheists, that's one of the things they've tried first and didn't work, which is why they became atheists.
well, I mean, it's amazing. I actually got kicked out of a room one time because I would not speak that God created all things, and that as the sole creator of the universe. And he said that I was an agnostic theist of all things, and I actually I tried to speak to him, and he shut me down and kicked me out of his room. And I was like, wow.
Presuppositionalist?
No, I mean, to me, he sounded Anglican, but there's probably more definitional appropriate labeling for that. But for in his faith, only if you believe that God has created everything and everyone, and is involved in all things, would that be sufficient for his definition of being a Christian? And I don't fit that bill, so I was roundly criticized by him and kicked out of his room, and I felt really bad.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Yeah, the no true Scotsman fallacy. Yeah, that is a thing.
that was a tough one. But anyway, but I was actually curious earlier about whether you had still put any more time or come to a conclusion on creating an alternative to religion. I think it was maybe 6 months ago we'd spoken, and you had said something about coming up with a different religious alternative. I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying it properly.
Yeah, churchofthebestpossibleworld.org.
Church of the Best Possible World. So, and is there any core tenets that you might be able to share with me if I can't immediately consume all of that material while we're talking?
All of it was pretty short. I just go to the morality section. It's any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. That's like the main tenet of morality.
Any involuntary
imposition
of
will is immoral.
Oh, okay. So like parenting.
No, parenting isn't an involuntary imposition of will.
Okay, that's all right. Well, I'll have to take a look. And so the URL one more time is what?
churchofthebestpossibleworld.org.
Church of the Best Possible. Okay. Well, talk to somebody else for a second. Let me dig into this.
Sure.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Wait, infinities. Okay. Tito, do you believe? Wait, I want to ask him something.
Go ahead.
Okay. Tito, do you believe in atemporal causation, like being able to move somewhere where time doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Do you think? Okay, thank you.
Yo, hold on.
What?
Yeah, TJ, I would like to ask you, do you have any positions, or at least concrete positions, concerning epistemological skepticism?
That's just like which kind?
Yeah, I'm referring to they basically putting into question how we obtain knowledge outside of our existence.
Yeah, but what about it? Like, what is the question?
Yeah, so I'm asking, what is your position on that? Do you believe we can obtain knowledge outside of our existence?
Yes, I think they're wrong. I think people who believe that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So why do you think that?
Like, epistemological skepticism is a class of beliefs. There's like epistemological nihilists who think we can have no knowledge. I think they're very stupid. There are.
Well, that wouldn't be considered around skepticism. Also, I already clarified the class I'm referring to.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said how we obtain knowledge outside of our existence. I said that already.
Yeah, that doesn't actually specify which kind, because the epistemological
JTB.
So you're specifically talking about people who think justified true belief doesn't count as knowledge?
No, that's not what I said. I said, how do we obtain JTB?
How do we
outside of our existence?
What?
Like, for example, how do we know that the sky is blue, etc.? How do we reach that conclusion?
I use novel testable predictions.
And what is that?
predicting things about the future we don't know yet and getting it right.
And
Let
how
me
do we
give
know that we're
you-
making these predictions?
Can I just give a simple lay example? Because it's the second time. So, a justified true belief. You say, I think a hamburger is $1. So, you go to the hamburger store and you go, hey, I'd like a burger. I think it's $1. And they say, hey, it's actually $1.25. And so you now have a justified true belief. You can now, if someone asks you how much is a burger, you can say $1.25. And that you could say, well, do you really know that? And you can say, yes, I really know that. I went there, I tested it, I got the burger.
My fault, I'm back. But yeah, what the analogy you just gave, I think that presupposes.
That what presupposes?
Okay, my fault. I think that presupposes the fact that we can actually obtain knowledge on that. To say I think, you would have to have knowledge on whether or not you're actually thinking this, or there's a thought process.
No,
That's the problem in the first place.
no, that's stupid.
Yeah,
Thinking
what do you think?
thinking is a process that exists. So you don't need knowledge for thinking to occur. Thinking occurs, and then you have knowledge.
How do we know that it exists? How do we know that it exists, though?
No,
We have to
no,
have
no,
knowledge
no,
on
no,
what
no,
we're thinking.
no. You don't need anything. It's like a rock. Does a rock need knowledge to exist?
No, that's not what I said. I
I
said, how do we
didn't. I didn't
verify
say it
thinking?
was what you
Oh,
said.
no,
Answer the question.
I know,
Stop.
I know,
Stop.
I
Stop.
know, I know.
Stop. Stop.
That's not my position.
Does
Let me answer the question.
stop?
Let me answer the question.
Does a rock need knowledge to exist?
That's not what I.
I
That's not what I
didn't
said. And
say
I
it
don't think
was.
that's.
I don't give a shit. Answer the
I don't
question.
know. No, to answer the question, no, it doesn't need knowledge to
Right.
exist. That's why I said
Right.
everything outside of our existence.
If a thought is an object like a rock, does the thought need knowledge to exist?
Do we need knowledge on the thought is what I'm asking. Yes, sure, things can exist in actuality. However, whether or not we have knowledge on their existence is the problem at hand.
Right. So
Are you not?
the thought can exist just fine with no knowledge, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that wasn't my
Okay.
position. Mhm.
So then once we have the thoughts, I can then describe stuff. Like if I'm having the experience of
How do we? Okay, how do we know that we can describe it though? How do we know that we have this thing, etc.? How do we know that
if I'm
it
doing
exists?
it, it's a thing. You don't need to know it. If I'm doing it,
The
it's
problem
happening.
is we don't know if we're doing it.
Wait, stop.
How do we
stop,
know that we're
stop,
doing it?
Stop. So,
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
so again, if I'm doing it, I don't need to justify it. I don't need knowledge of it. I'm just doing it. I don't need to know why.
But how do we know that we're doing it? We're doing this thing to infer a conclusion, but we don't know whether or not the conclusion is true. We don't know if we're doing the conclusion, etc. We have no knowledge on this process.
So if I'm thinking and I think the thought I exist, I have knowledge.
But bro, I exist presupposes that you have knowledge when you're existing. It's presupposing that you're actually doing this thing.
No,
Hold on.
doesn't
We
presuppose
can't determine
anything.
whether
It
or not.
presupposes nothing.
Okay, hold on. It presupposes that we can determine whether or not we're actually doing this process because that's what your argument presupposes.
Nope, doesn't presuppose that at
As an
all.
embedded.
Again, this is why I went with the rock example. If I'm already doing something, I don't need to actually have knowledge
Yes,
to
the
do it.
problem is, yeah, the problem is you're using that process as a determinator for whether or not we can actually infer a conclusion. But I'm saying that determinator is what's put in the question.
No,
How do we know we're going through this process?
Again, if it's already happening, I don't need to know it's happening.
I know, and I'm saying
So
that.
if I'm having a thought, this is a thing that exists. Now I don't know I'm having a thought. I don't need to.
Yeah, but the problem is we don't know whether or not.
Stop. If I'm having the thought I exist, I'm right. Whether or not I know anything else, I don't care.
I know the claim, of course, but that presupposes that this thing is
There's
actually
no
happening.
presuppositions there. What presuppositions?
I know that you're disagreeing with this, but you have not gave rationale.
No. You keep saying that there's presuppositions. What are the presuppositions in I exist?
Yes, the presupposition is whether or not this is actually occurring. That's the problem. We don't know if it's actually occurring. There's nothing to justify it
It's
actually.
the brain in a vat. This is just solipsism.
Wait. Let me speak to T-Jump, please. T-Jump, what were you saying?
So I exist. The experience exists. What presuppositions are there?
Yes, that presupposes that the process is actually occurring. I'm not putting into question whether or not we have knowledge on the process. That is something. That is something separate. I'm putting into question both of these
it's
things.
not. An experience isn't presupposed. You're experiencing it. Experiences do not presuppose anything.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said we're presupposing that the experience is actually there. There's nothing to justify it actually being there.
No, you're an idiot. Does a rock presuppose anything to exist?
I don't know why you insulted me, but
because
the problem is that presupposes
if a rock exists, does it presuppose anything to exist?
That presupposes that the rocks exist, T-Jump. Are you not listening?
No.
Not following.
No. How are you this stupid? There is a rock.
Bro, why are you
there is a rock right there on the table. Does the rock presuppose anything to exist?
That presupposes that the rock exists.
You're done, dumbass. The answer is no. The rock does not presuppose anything to exist. That is the correct answer.
And I wanted to know how he, are we brains in vats? I wanted to see if he had an answer because they never seem to have that beyond a god, and they don't want to defend that claim.
teacher.
What?
In our prior discussion, you were saying that it was entailed from some mathematical analysis that induction raises the probability in all possible worlds. So when you're talking about possible worlds, what is a model scope?
What? So, this is a paper that Ix found. So you can go bother Ix about it, but it says in all logically possible worlds, if you use all epistemologies, the one that most likely gets the answer correct is induction.
So do you know if the paper is substantiated or is it just an assumption that it is substantiated?
It's a published academic paper. You're going to have to ask Ix about it.
Well, you're the one who's appealing to this paper,
Yep.
which assumes some prior
So go
justifiability.
bother Ix about it.
Okay, the next question I'm going to ask you is when you're talking to Infinity a while ago about perception, experiences, all of this, and you're saying the experience is happening.
Yeah.
Do you agree it is possible that the experience is not happening?
No, I'm literally having an experience. It's not possible I'm not having the experience I'm having right now.
So how do I know for certain, logically speaking, that you're experiencing? What if
I don't care if you
the
know.
proposition
care
you're
if you
experiencing
know.
is false?
I don't care if you know. It's not part of my argument.
Okay, so what's the logical contradiction that under all perspectives you're experiencing?
If I'm having an experience right now, then it's not possible for me to not be having the experience right now.
I know this is your belief. I'm asking, like, what's the logical contradiction?
P and not P can't both be true at the same time.
T-Jump, are you still there?
Yep.
You can still hear me?
Yep.
So I had a chance to go to your Best Possible World church, and unfortunately, it seems like I'm missing services that are 10 to 2 Central Time. I hope there's another person who is doing the sermon or the session, I should say.
What?
But I read over something that was actually kind of surprising. You know, in that moral tab that you mentioned, the true objective of morality,
Yep.
it says faith is defined as an epistemically unjustified belief.
Yep.
So if I want to believe that things will eventually turn out okay, that's unjustified?
If you don't have a justification for it, yeah.
If you believe it on faith.
I mean, like if you had evidence.
Well, I mean, if I say that I believe the T-jump will eventually be successful, and I don't have any specific evidence in front of me, you know, that's epistemically unjustified.
Sure, I guess.
I mean, it just seems so harsh.
What does?
I don't know.
Saying that faith is defined as an epistemically unjustified belief seems very harsh to me.
Why is that harsh? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you know, it implies that all faith is unjustified.
Yeah.
Correct the Mungo.
That's pretty harsh.
How is that harsh?
Like if I believe my wife is going to stay married to me,
yeah,
that could be an unjustified belief.
Why do you believe that your wife is going to stay with you?
Because I'm a devastatingly handsome man.
So you have
There
evidence.
you go.
You have evidence.
Go
You
on,
don't have
Dan.
faith. You have evidence.
People might disagree, though.
Well, I don't care. So if you have evidence, like you're a devastatingly
I mean, if
handsome
I asked
man,
100 people, I don't think 100
I don't
people are going
care.
to say that I'm devastatingly
I don't
handsome.
care. You have a justification for your belief. That justification is evidence that gives you a reason to believe that she won't leave you. That statement is true. I mean, it's not faith. You don't have faith in that statement. You have evidence of that statement. Bad evidence.
Also, it doesn't matter if it's one. If there's 100 people out there, you only need one.
So if I've seen faith work for people, then I have evidence.
I don't know what you mean by work for people.
No, if I've seen faith contribute to people's success, then I have evidence.
That it contributes to people's success? Sure. Now that it's true.
You, T-Jump, could ask you a question.
What?
Left for a second.
Yeah.
The question is, do you believe that it is possible that the computer you're looking at right now does not exist?
Sure.
Okay, do you believe the computer exists?
Yes.
So then when I said to you, if how do you know your experience, or how do you know it is impossible that your experience does not exist? Your response is that your experience exists. But a while ago you just agreed that something existent is not good evidence for it being impossible for it to not exist.
So it's possible my computer does not exist. That's
Checkmate.
true. It is not possible for my experience of the computer to not exist. Checkmate.
Well, why is it the case that it is not possible? What's the logical contradiction?
Because it literally is a thing that's occurring right now.
Well, you said originally that it is logically possible for a computer to not exist,
Right.
despite its
Unless
existence.
it's a delusion. It could be a delusion. You could be imagining that a computer is in front of you.
Right. That's
Wait,
what he's
I'm
asking.
just
So he's
trying to
asking,
track
is
this
it
part
possible
correct.
the computer in front of you doesn't exist? Yes, if it's a delusion, the computer does not exist. Totally fine. But I don't care if the computer exists. I care if the experience of the computer exists. Is it possible that I am not having an experience of a computer? No, because it's literally a factual thing that exists in reality right now.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting it, but you can move on.
Okay.
Well, I the more I talk to atheists, the oddest thing happens. The more it seems to confirm, my modernist faith. It's
You should
one
probably
of these things where,
Google search confirmation bias and look at what that means.
well, I mean, a rose by any other name, can still smell just as sweet. I just think if you pile
That
on
doesn't
a whole
make
lot
sense.
of
Did
logical
not make sense.
overhead, you can get to the same thing.
But Al, can I ask you, can we use faith to confirm that Christianity is true?
Can we use faith to confirm that Christianity is true? Well, I suppose at a brute force level, if I can show you 1 billion people who have some degree of support of it, then there's some proof that it exists.
There we go. Got a yes. Can we use faith to confirm that Islam is true?
Sure.
All right. Do both of these religions have mutually exclusive claims?
Well, I think some people of any faith will make mutually exclusive claims. And some of them will end up making it into the doctrine. I think that's
Islam
human
says
behavior.
Jesus did not come back from the dead.
Okay.
So if we could use faith to confirm that both Christianity is true and Islam is true, they can't both be true, isn't that just a sign that faith is not a good tool?
I think it's a sign that humanity is imperfect.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, no, I think anyone who's like, if you, I like to use the sports team example. You can have two people who are neighbors that are normally very good friends and have grown up together and have known each other for 50 or 60 years. But one of them could be a Yankees fan and the other one could be a Mets fan. And if you ask the Yankees fan who's the best team, they'll say the Yankees are. And if you ask the Mets fan, they'll say the Mets is the best team. And even if you were to say, look, to the Mets fan, the Yankees have won more games and one more, World Series and had more All-Stars, the Mets fan will say, I don't care what you say. The Mets are the best team. And we have the more loyal fan base because we're willing to be fans even without these things.
Because sports is one of the only, in my opinion, lovable, justifiable version of tribalism. Is that you're just going, yay, hurrah, home team. But when
Right.
that becomes religion, you are saying, why do we support it? Because my parents were. I was born in this religion, but that's not a good
Well,
reason.
people pass their team affiliations onto their children.
Which
Sure,
is equally as
we're
stupid.
saying,
It's not that it's stupid, it's human.
but go play
stupid.
baseball.
You just said
It's not
you just said humans were flawed. Yes, humans were flawed and do lots of
yes, we
stupid
are
things.
flawed.
So
We are
how
flawed.
does faith differentiate imagination from reality?
I think, well, I'm sorry. From my perspective, faith is one of these critical elements of being able to keep going when parts of you are willing to discount yourself, demotivate yourself, or distract from yourself.
That makes no sense.
Does that make sense?
No.
All right, so
I
if
don't
you tried
care.
something
I
and
don't
you
care if you
failed,
have a
and you
motivation.
tried it again and you failed, and you tried it again and you failed, and you did it 10 times in a row and you failed,
Yeah.
isn't epistemology going to tell you that you're a failure and that you should stop?
Yeah. No, it's not
You
going to
that
say
your
it's
experiment has
gonna,
failed 10
The
times over?
experiment,
It has a success rate of 0. It has a proportional success rate of 0.
Yes.
I mean, what if you do it 30 times in a row? What if you fail 30 times in a row?
Yes.
Would you
Try
epistemology,
something else.
your epistemology would tell you you should stop doing that. That's not going to work for
Yes.
you, right?
Correct.
But yet, a new teenager dunks a basketball every single day.
What?
A new teenager dunks a basketball for the first time every single day.
Sponsored by Hallmark.
Yeah. So that's not.
No, I'm telling
stop,
you.
Stop.
I mean, they fail hundreds and hundreds of times in a row and never succeed.
No, they're actually
one
making. They're
day-
not making progress on every single one of them. So, but if any one of them tried to jump to the moon, and there is a 100% failure rate, they should stop because it's not going
Sure.
to work. So,
Well, I mean, I don't think it works in all cases.
it works in 0% of cases. It is not.
If I were to say,
physically possible.
my faith in God means that I'm going to be the second coming of Christ and that everyone's going to follow me explicitly.
Okay, so
and pray to me for the rest of their days. I mean,
isn't-
that might be a bit of a stretch.
Faith isn't induction. Faith is trying to jump to the moon. 0% success rate. Doing something that we know
what
works.
if faith is not used to jump to the moon? What if you use faith not to jump to the moon?
You don't need faith to not jump to the moon.
Well, I mean, it's true you don't need it, but it can help.
No, it can't. It can't help you not jump to the moon. Gravity helps you not jump to the
Well,
moon.
it can help you. It can help you get out of your house and go to go to a job.
So
It can help
money,
you,
but that's irrelevant.
reduce fear that you're going to get attacked by other people.
Yeah, so can
It
delusion.
can give you the confidence to reach out and maybe find a boyfriend or girlfriend or some other
Yeah,
companion.
so can Harry Potter. So what? Like, the point here is that
This is not a bad thing.
Yes, you can make stuff up, and making stuff up can help you cope. Good job. I don't care. The question is does faith differentiate imagination from reality? The answer is no, it can't. It's an epistemically unjustified belief. And you said that's
And
harsh,
hell-
but who cares? Epistemically unjustified
No, but
beliefs.
what I'm
can
saying
motivate.
is that people who, for example, if I go back to the teenager, if they have faith that one day they'll be able to dunk a basketball, and one day they
That's not
succeed
faith.
after
That
years
fails.
of failure.
Your analogy fails. That's not faith. They
Well,
have
if you don't
evidence.
believe that you will ever succeed, then the answer could be
What you're
true.
saying literally makes 0 sense. If you have evidence that training can cause people to dunk and you train, that's not faith. They have, oh, look, evidence I can dunk. So that is not faith. There is 0 faith there. There is evidence there.
Well, there's faith that it applies to you. You could
No, that's
you could say that it
evidence.
doesn't apply to me.
No, that's evidence.
I could-
If you have legs, like humans, go ahead, Amy.
If I
Some
could just
people
give you
some
an
people would believe
alternative,
that
though.
some people would
Instead
believe
of
that they'll never
using
get a date.
faith- Instead of using faith, replace that word with hope or confidence. My
Yes.
confidence is
Yes.
that we can do it. I have hope that we can achieve it.
Well, I mean, faith is multifaceted, and those two I would consider facets of the same diamond.
And we would just say, get rid of faith. Because when you use that word, it comes with all this baggage. Like if
Well,
you're using it in
like
a lay
hope?
sense.
Does hope have baggage?
No, not
Does
doesn't
trust
have
have
any
baggage?
supernatural baggage that we have. No, trust doesn't. You should trust. That's a fantastic another alternative that we should use.
So why is faith so bad, but trust is good?
Because faith can get us to bad answers. When we're using confidence, when we're using trust, we generally have levels. I trust this person because etc etc etc. I have confidence that this will succeed because of etc etc etc.
Well, forgive me for saying this, but to me, it sounds like you're splitting hairs. To me, it sounds like you have You have a negative brand association with the word faith.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're saying that faith is bad. That is our plug.
Okay.
How does any of this
Well, I mean,
relate
that's
to your original claim that my statement, faith is an epistemically unjustified belief, is unfair?
well. I previously had mentioned that, and I don't mean to just go over the same road again, but that if I could point to a billion people, of which a large number of them found some benefit from it, then that would be my argument.
How does that make it not epistemically justified?
If I have numbers, I have
Numbers aren't
some
justification.
epistemic
No,
argument.
no, you don't.
Well, if you can't cherry pick when numbers help you with epistemology and then they don't help you.
Yeah, that's literally what math is. It is cherry picking which numbers help you and which numbers don't. Numbers don't magically help everything because numbers exist. So epistemically justified means that something is more likely to be true than not true. The fact that it benefits
Okay.
people does not make it more likely to be true. There are lots of things that benefit people that are completely untrue. Harry Potter. So your
I don't know that
belief,
Harry Potter benefits anyone. I was actually
it
yelling for that man
benefits
to die.
more people.
I really felt he deserved to
It
die.
benefits more people than
What?
Christianity. But the point is
Yeah, I
that
was actually bummed out when he
don't
resurrected
care.
himself after getting killed by
He
Voldemort.
didn't resurrect himself, but I don't care. The point is that the number of people it benefits
Well,
is
somehow
not
he
a
came back into
justification.
existence.
He never left existence. So again, the point, the number of people it benefits has zero epistemic justification for it being true.
Also, were you on Team Voldemort?
The what?
Just sounded like for a second. You're like, that dang Harry Potter, we'll get him next time.
No, but the actor's really good. The actor who played Voldemort is a very good actor. But but I mean, he actually gets to the train station and he's in the white light and he runs into Gandalf. Well, not Gandalf. What was his name?
No, that's a movie I'd watch.
No.
It was Gandalf.
He runs
Who cares?
into his teacher again, and who's dead. So I would argue that visually speaking, it's a representation of his death, and then he gets offered the chance to go back again, which I would argue is resurrection. Maybe not Christian resurrection. It might just simply be fantasy resurrection.
Near-death
but
experience,
I
but who cares?
I-
Go ahead, New Dawn. Go ahead.
Just, I mean, the Harry Potter thing I know is kind of a segue. I think you would agree, or digression.
Yeah.
I want to just bring up a recent tweet by Elon Musk that has, just to kind of give it kind of a contemporary nature to it, and it's something that I think you've probably heard a lot. I'll get the question out, and then you guys can discuss this. This is a good secular kind of embrace of religion, and he says this. It's a tweet from September 7th. There seems to be an innate need for religion. Many atheists simply adopt another belief system, and he says, e.g., for example, wokeness, that's his bugaboo, that is essentially a religion. Now, I've made this argument before, and a counter is that no, it doesn't have the same facets of the sophisticated classic world religions that we have today. And I would just say, yeah, that's true. But it acts religious-like. There are sacreds that atheists have. And I would just say that in the sense that they do have sacreds, oftentimes they base it on probability, I can't even get the word out, their idea of what knowledge is, and their idea of what harm reduction, all these kind of things. But they are axioms, they're sacreds in a way that they don't feel should be violated. So I would consider those, I would ask atheists, as an atheist, but I'm not a reluctant atheist, to consider that all these axioms that you hold individually are kind of the proto aspect of what has evolved over time to be religions. So you have these things you hold as sacred or true or better than the current religions and should be adhered to. If you just collectivize those and give it a system and give it rules, then you're just doing kind of like how we got to religion. That's all. That's it.
So religion defined in this context is a set of made up ideals that don't have a basis in reality, that are asserted as axiomatically, dogmatically true. Now, obviously, you can make up axioms like 1 + 1 = 2, and that's perfectly rational. It's perfectly justified. So making up axioms is not equivalent to a religion, as if you have justification for those axioms in some sense. And so it's perfectly fine to have axioms. That's not religion. Axioms is not equivalent to religions. Religions is having up ridiculous axioms that are dogmatically, unquestionably true. And science doesn't do that.
Like doing unto others that you would want to have done to yourself.
Yes, that would be a wrong one. You shouldn't do that. That's bad. You should do unto
You shouldn't be kind to other people and expect them to be kind back again.
you should not do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You should do unto others as they would have you do unto them. So
The
Hinduism
problem
got
is
that
with,
right.
like,
Christianity got that wrong.
It's called the silver
Oh.
rule, as I understand.
Wow.
because just because you like something, it's easy to say with just that axiom, but what if someone is a masochist and they like pain, and then you say, well, do unto others as you like done to yourself, and that means give everyone pain. And so you need multiple axioms to really get it moral.
But is that the real is that the real definition of religion? That it's dogma and axioms that
Well,
are ridiculous?
I'm
I'm
going
pretty
to
sure
use-
that's not actually how religious people define. I don't think that's how religions have evolved.
No, I was going
part
based off
that-
of. I was going based off
Let's
of your.
find the
Hey, John,
dogmatic.
I loved our chat, but unfortunately, I have a brunch that I've
No
arranged.
problem.
But
See you later.
sorry.
I'll have to talk to you again another time soon.
So,
Take care.
so Don, when you use the Elon Musk quotes, the definition of religion I was going with was his definition. What was he using the word religion to mean in that context?
Well, I can't really get into his mind, but this is a common thread that some have discussed in this way, that there's an innate need for religion. So the innate part is that there's something about.
But what is the thing you're
being
saying there's a
human.
need for? What is the thing that you think there's an innate need for?
So I think there is an innate need for, and I think you have it, is an idea of something sacred for the group. And
Well, that's not
when you
required at all.
say
There's
religion,
tons of ideologies that have nothing sacred.
it doesn't matter. Those people who adhere to those ideologies have something sacred. Whether they technically,
No,
whether
they don't. They
in
literally
the text,
don't.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Whether in the text, individually they do.
No, they
Whether
don't.
in the text,
There's nothing that's
whether in the
sacred to me.
text, whether in the text that they point to
There is
has
nothing
something sacred,
that is sacred to me.
Whether in the text, whether in the text, maybe that's your sacred.
No.
Whether in the text,
Okay, stop
there's something
deflecting.
that's written.
There's nothing sacred to
I'm
me.
not.
Give an
I'm
example.
responding. You said there's ideologies that don't have
Yes,
a
there
sacred.
are millions
Fine.
of people who have
But
nothing that's sacred.
But there aren't groups of humans that have nothing sacred.
There are tons of groups of humans that have nothing sacred. They're called atheists.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, what do you think
No,
they hold
they
that's
have
sacred?
something.
What do you define sacred as?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask them, but generally speaking, they hold
No, what do
these
you
axioms.
define sacred as?
What is sacred? Anthropologically, it's something that people ritualize, worship, hold unquestionably true, find of higher value. That is like
Well, that
the
part's not
apex
true.
of the value.
So,
Apex of the value. What's most important, more important than themselves.
okay, that's not what sacred means. So no. Sacred, connected to a
Wait,
god or
how did
gods,
I
dedicated to
mistake
religious
it?
purpose. Sacred, religious rather than
No,
secular.
that's a religious.
Um,
Yeah, that's a religious idea. That's not
overriding, embodying the laws or
idea.
doctrines of religions. That's what sacred means. So you're just saying people value stuff. Yes, people value stuff. That is not equivalent to sacred.
But New Dawn, one of my main problems with religion is that they take orders from leaders from beyond the grave.
Yeah. No, I get it. There's parts of the kind of world religions that don't make sense to you. What I'm just saying is that those world religions evolved out of the human mind because of the human mind.
Sure.
And these things are, just because you claim to be atheist doesn't make you not have a human mind. And you're going to have
Of
something,
course.
whether you want to admit it or not.
That
you
wasn't
find
our
sacred.
argument. We think we have minds.
No, but you have the flaws, as you would call it, that you claim religious people have. Everybody has. Well, I mean,
Yeah, but one of them
generally
is not
speaking,
believing
in the
in a
aggregate,
god.
everybody has a religiosity
No.
that they apply to something.
No, that's false. That's a false equivalence fallacy. We
Well,
know this is
whatever.
a fallacy. This is a very common fallacy.
Just saying false. This is like, are we having a discussion? Are you just going to sit there and like grade me like a professor?
Both, because you need to be graded.
Well,
because
I don't think you're
wrong.
good. I don't think you're very good.
No,
You
I'm
don't
doing great.
accept
So
my
I can
idea.
give you the answer.
You don't accept my secular idea of sacred. No.
So I can tell you you're wrong.
You're being combative,
Stop,
honestly.
stop. I can tell you you're wrong. I can give you a
here you
resource to show that you can look at and say, oh, look, here's the exact thing you're talking about, which is wrong. Like, oh, you're saying you're making a false equivalence between religiosity and secular and saying everyone's religious. Like, no, they're not. That's absolutely false. And then you're trying to make an ambiguity fallacy.
I
and
didn't
then
say everyone's religious. Now you're misstating me. Are you doing this purposely?
How are you this stupid? So religiosity and religious
Are you doing it purposely?
You're an idiot.
No.
You're an idiot.
I didn't say everybody
You're
is.
done. You're done. You're an idiot. So no, not everyone has religiosity. Atheists do not have any religiosity. They don't have anything that's sacred. Some of them do. So I can't say all atheists don't, but there are large swaths of humanity that have nothing that's sacred. And so you're just wrong.
There's going to be atheists that believe in astrology and all sorts of kooky stuff. I would even say you could have your definition of sacred, but that doesn't mean that we need to accept that everyone has or should have a religion. Welcome, X, and welcome, Love Reducing Suffering.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Suffering.
I came in just as he was reading the quote, and I was trying to guess if he was quoting Peter Boghossian or somebody else, but when he finally said the quote came from Elon Musk, I had to laugh a little bit. But like the idea that we should equate things like woke with being a religion, not just atheism, but this is a thing Peter Boghossian does, and ironically, Peter Boghossian wrote a book called A Manual for Creating Atheists. He was influential in helping start street epistemology, although it kind of outgrew him, I think, in a good way. But he's guilty of this, and as are a lot of people. The people who are obsessed with anti-wokeness, for some reason, like Peter Boghossian and Elon Musk, are fond of calling things they disagree with religions, right? So they're trying to take the ideas of some secular idea and then say, look, they believe in stuff. People who believe in stuff, that's equivalent to a religion. They hold something to be important. That's the equivalent of holding something sacred. They don't like to be attacked. Therefore, they're trying to silence their critics and they're anti-free speech. And then the hilarious conclusion that they come to next is, we should take away their free speech. Let's defund all of their university departments and academic positions and ban them from schools. That'll show how pro-free speech we are.
I think I partially disagree there. I think that the argument is something like, by the anti-woke definition, religion is defined as a set of sacred ideas that can't be questioned and are upheld even in the face of contradictory evidence or something along those lines. And if you're willing to hold beliefs that are even in conflict with all of the evidence, despite the evidence, then it's a delusion of some kind. But if you still uphold those as sacred, then it's more like a religion at that point. So I think the analogy they're making it makes sense in the fact that if you have a belief that goes against the evidence, but hold the belief in spite of the evidence because you hold it to be sacred or something, then I think that is rational to compare that to a religious belief, a faith-based belief.
Yes. If they had a very straightforward factual case that actually went through, then maybe you could make that comparison, because there's many forms of skepticism that have related cognitive biases and so on. However, still not really fair to call it a religion.
Well,
because
I think that's
like the religion definition they're using, it comes from a specific anthropologist who happened to make a fairly broad sense of the word in his studies. And it was somewhat influential in anthropology. I forget the guy's name, but he was an influential anthropologist. The problem is that it's so vague that it literally includes like almost every political ideology that has any like core beliefs. And it's not helpful. It's the same thing as saying that, oh, it takes more faith to be an atheist than to be a Christian or something. It's like you're just misusing the word faith. And they'll be like, look, it's in the dictionary. There's sense two of the word, which means, just like so strongly held or something like that, or confidence. It's like, yes, but that's not what we mean when we compare it with religion. If you're making a religion comparison and you're saying that they both use faith, you're talking about sense one, sense two. It's equivocating on two different meanings of the word. And if you're saying that they both use faith, So sure, you can criticize people for being dogmatic, and you could say that someone has a dogmatic ideology without calling it a religion or faith or sacred, and that would be fair. But it's not fair to just use words that have specific supernaturalist connotations
Well, I don't think
for things that are totally
religion
not
does
supernatural.
necessarily, because there are many religions that don't have supernatural aspects to them. Because religion isn't specifically confined to the supernatural, even though that's the general trend. I think that the focus on the religion ideology is more just is the faith, having faith in something, having some kind of epistemically unjustified belief. And specifically in the context of the woke debate, there are many examples where they just literally got things wrong a bunch and then considered them super, super sacred and can't be challenged. Like, is there an IQ or physical difference between men and women? Like, yeah, there is. Yeah. I hate to break it to you. Men have an advantage if you let men or trans women compete in women's sports. They're going to win. They're going to win all of them. It's going to happen. And it's just a fact that there is not an equivalent physical and mental advantage between men and women. And many people in the woke community reject that entirely and think it's just socially constructed ridiculousness, and they are just factually wrong. And so they have a delusion about that, which they are unwilling to question, even in the face of overwhelming evidence that they are wrong. And so in that context, because they believe it's sacred in that sense, I think it's fair to analogize that to a religion.
But those aren't the core beliefs of woke, right? Those are the common ones in some cases, some groups of people who are identified as woke. But it's the same with atheism, right? So if we said that, look, the majority of non-believers in the United States still hold some like vague supernatural beliefs, like they
Sure.
still believe in some kind of life after death or whatever,
Sure.
which I think is actually true. I
It
think there's a
is, it
large
is,
number
that
of
is
atheists,
correct.
and yeah, because people don't instantly jump from like I was raised Christian my whole life to grandma's not in heaven just because they think their religion is horse shit, right? And some part of them still believes that there's somewhere that grandma went because they're very emotionally attached to that idea and they were raised their whole life hoping that would be true in many cases, right?
Yep.
So I think it's unfair to tarnish an entire group with here's what the crazy people in this group think. Therefore, group is religion because I disagree with the crazy people in the group. And you could do this with any group and call them a religion just by picking one subgroup has a strongly held belief that you think is irrational. Now the whole group is a religion.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
also
I would
a
agree.
word-
But I think that the difference there is that if you're focusing on the main tenets of the ideology, kind of a thing, and I think in wokeness, many of the main tenets of the ideology do. I don't even know if wokeness is a thing. It's not. It's mostly a derogatory term to refer to people on the left, but it's many of the ideas on the left do seem to disagree.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about, is that there's actually two definitions of woke. So if you are a liberal, being woke means just to be politically active and to stay politically active. Make sure that you're voting, make sure that you're staying aware of political issues, and that you are just trying to make sure that you're socially active. If sometimes it's now used on the other side pejoratively. And so they use that to mean in essence, a whiny liberal or a
Yeah.
dogmatic leftist. And
It's
so
libtard 2.0. Exactly. It's just a replacement for libtard. That's all it is really in the modern usage.
But I think
But
I
yes,
think the
God
main
still does not
criticism that they
exist.
have is correct, that there are many core facets of the far left ideology that are in complete disagreement with the facts, and that they are unwilling to engage in disagreement or criticism on those. And if you do, then you're a racist, sexist, homophobe, transphobe, et cetera, et cetera. Even if you're simply bringing up factual data that is inconvenient for them. And I think that is
My
a
point,
core thing that is a part of the far left community, which is very correct to criticize.
but also using that definition, I just want to point out there are many on the right that would be very woke. These are the type of religious people that, they try and target children, for example. They want to get their God in school. And I guess it's this type of, if we were to use the word, right version of wokeism, that can we call that a religion at that
The funny
point?
thing is, in their case, they even have a religion as the basis of it, but I still don't think it's fair to call, for instance, like the religious right, just quote unquote a religion, because there's a religious component of it, right? But there are plenty of religious people who don't hold to that religion and who have the exact same religion and don't engage in those political activities. So it's fair to say that religion is a component in the case of the religious right, but it's not just equivalent to a religion to believe their political ideology.
I don't know, because I think there's still a fair analogy. Like if there's many things they believe which are simply factually false, but they're unwilling to question them because of their dogmatic political beliefs, I think you could still call that a religion. I think that would still be a fair comparison. So like take trickle down economics or something that many people on the right genuinely believe in because they love just that ideology fits them very well, and they believe it even in the face of incontrovertible evidence that completely fails to solve any kind of income inequality. You could say that their belief in those kinds of economic policies, those kinds of conservative policies, is a religious dogma in the same sense that their religious beliefs are religious dogma, and in the same sense that the woke political beliefs are religious dogma. And I think that's a fair comparison. I think that being able to equivocate the belief in overtly false political systems without openness to question or challenge or revision from new data, and comparing that to similar beliefs in, say, angels or demons or spirits or voodoo or whatever, I think that is a fair comparison to make. I think it's obviously clearly it's not they literally believe in an afterlife or God or spiritual stuff associated with the economic policies. But I think that using it in a derogatory sense to show that those economic policies are no more supported than voodoo is a fair comparison in order to perpetuate the point that those things should not be believed or accepted or instituted in politics in the same sense we shouldn't institute religious beliefs in politics for the same reasons, because they're garbage. They don't correspond to reality. And so all such beliefs should be considered something that should be removed from politics. The build the wall between church and state kind of a thing. And those are more on the church side than the state side.
But then what is your difference between a religion and a dogma? Just being dogmatic.
They would be like synonyms, or
That's
a
the problem. Is you're
delusional
taking two meaningful distinctions and you're just conflating them.
Well, I think it would be more than a dogma. I think it'd be delusional dogma, and then saying that would be equivalent to a religion in this case.
I just think it's unhelpful to conflate the two. It's much fairer to say they have like a dogmatic like political ideology than to call it a religion. You're just muddying the waters.
I don't think so. I think it is helpful because it makes a realistic analogy to what it is you're saying, how bad their belief is. So like if you're saying believing that trickle down economics works is the same as believing in Thor, to criticize Ocean, but like that's how ridiculous it is to believe in trickle down economics, to like believe there's actually a guy in the clouds with a big hammer creating thunder. That's how stupid it is to believe in trickle down economics. And so I think that being able to compare it to religious beliefs, which are demonstrably false and are ridiculous and you believe are ridiculous in 99% of cases that aren't your case, and showing that that is an equivalently ridiculous belief to whatever politically you're believing is, makes it a much more concrete way to understand the criticism than to simply just call it a dogma. Because just simply calling it a dogma or something along those lines doesn't really help to explain the appropriate level of what it is you're saying. Whereas calling it a religion, like believing in Thor or Zeus or Poseidon or something ridiculous, or that the moon was split in half, that makes a much more clear analogy to how stupid you're saying this belief is. So just saying it's a dogma doesn't mean anything. Anything can be a dogma. 1 + 1 = 2 could be a dogma, but that's perfectly rational.
I don't think you need to confuse terms to make a point that a belief is stupid. And I think that it's also not really fair to equate religion with automatically being stupid, because there's religions that are much more reasonable than political ideologies, vice versa. It has to do with the content more so than just like the category. The category is a meaningful category without reference to how stupid it is. A religion has something to do with spirit or worship of something spiritual. Now, it could be something that's not a supernatural thing. So, for example, like naturalistic pantheists might have a religion.
Yeah, I started a religion.
And it might not involve anything. Yeah, exactly, right? So that's the kind of the odd thing here is that, like, I'm surprised to hear this from you because seemingly you think there's a better way to do religion that doesn't involve problematic dogmas or stupidity. So why equate religion with, like, the lowest level of possible stupidity when not all religions are that bad?
Well, I think it's, does what they're saying have real content? Is there a real meaning? Can you steel man what they're saying and make it into a meaningful statement? Yes, it makes perfect sense what they're saying. Is it uh judgmental towards all religions and put them in a negative light? Sure, definitely. But I think that the main point is what they're saying meaningful statement? Is it a real analogy that actually makes sense? Yeah, it is. It does. Does it apply in all cases to all religions? Clearly not, but I don't think that matters to the argument. I think what matters is, does what they're saying actually have a coherent meaning to it, and is it supported by data? Yes, it makes sense what they're saying. Is it considered of all religions? No, but it's not meant to be.
Can I say something adjacent to what we were talking about? Because someone quoted Elon Musk, and so I want to quote another fantastic philosopher of our time, Joe Rogan. And it's just the difference between a cult and religion. And so you want to know the difference between a cult and a religion. In a cult, the leader knows that he's full of shit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
I disagree with that too, but I think a cult is specifically has, like, I think there's like 4 criterion of what makes something a cult.
It's called the bite model, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the separating people from their family, not being open to criticism. I forget what the other 2 are though.
I will say, though, there's a prophet that said, sell everything and leave your family and come follow me. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, it's broadly speaking behavior control, information control, thought control, and emotion control. So you're only supposed to feel certain things, you're only supposed to think certain thoughts, you're only supposed to know certain data, and you're only supposed to do certain behaviors.
Well, it just fits
And now let's
Christianity
compare
to a
that to the
T.
Abrahamic God. Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, we should love reduced suffering. You've been up here for a while. What did you want to talk about?
Hey, yeah, I just had some quick questions about, like, whenever it comes to the idea of like some type of like being coming from like another reality. It seems just like not coherent at all, like not from any one of my experiences whatsoever. Does the explanation that reality has always been make more coherent sense to you? Like that's just existence has always been here, rather than something coming from nothing?
Yes, I don't think anything could come from nothing. I think that nothing in the broadest sense would include no possibility of things coming from it.
Okay. And then I just had 2 more questions, and they're pretty quick ones, if you don't mind. What's your like theory of truth, if you don't mind asking?
I use a foundationalist theory based off of my direct experience. I think therefore I am. And then I need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. And I use novel predictions to do that. And so my theory of truth is that which corresponds to reality. And to get to that, you need to start with your own existence. And then from that, find a way to differentiate imagination from reality. And the best way to do that is novel predictions. That's my theory of truth.
Okay, so what do you feel about like when it comes to like pragmatic theories of truth? I guess I have another question after this one, but how do you feel like those notions of truth?
They're better than most. Pretty good. Like,
Okay, and then finally, I was just asking like, so it seems like the all possible worlds is it seems like something you want to strive for, and it seems like you're approaching it in your own way. How do you think other people should approach that goal? Like how should we act in order to become the best of all possible worlds?
impose the least involuntary impositions on others as possible. So force people to do the least things that they don't consent to doing.
Okay, so that seems like a minimum. Is there anything above that we should try for? Maybe try to alleviate some of those things that people don't want to do?
Yeah, like homelessness, starvation, hunger, disease. Those would be great. Get rid of those. Taxes.
Okay. So is there a form of government that you would be more inclined to go for in order to instrumentally get to that goal?
I mean, I think a mixed economy is probably the most effective form of government. I think a mixed economy, particularly with the goal of evidence-based policymaking, would be the best option, which none exists currently because they all have their own stupid beliefs, their own stupid dogmas. But I think the best system of government would be an AI run, AGI run system of government that makes decisions based off of the evidence and nothing else.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. I appreciate your time, man.
Hello.
Hey.
I just wanted to ask T-Jump. I saw your video where you were what is it called? Arguing idealism versus physicalism, and I was curious because to me it seemed that throughout that entire discussion, you're kind of like making fun of him. But like, what would you?
I've had a bunch of those. Do you know which one you're talking about?
Sorry.
Well, I've had a bunch of debates between idealists and physicalists, so I don't know which one.
It's with this guy with like bookshelf behind him.
It doesn't narrow it down a little bit.
Most of them.
Doesn't even narrow.
Everybody has a bookshelf.
Bernardo Castro.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Bernardo Castro.
Yeah. So I'm referencing that. But what's your like best argument against idealism, like in general? Like what how do you
It's post hoc.
How do you like approach a person with that kind of an idea?
It's post hoc, exactly like saying we're in a brain in a vat. Could idealism explain all the data? Yes. Is there any novel predictions that anyone has made using idealism? No. So there are infinitely many theories that can all explain all the data we have. This is called the problem of underdetermination. So like you could say we were all created by leprechauns 5 seconds ago and they implanted memories in us of what happened in the past, but it never really happened. And that would explain all data.
Knew it.
All of the data. But why don't we believe that? Well, because that model has all it's done is it's taken all of the past data and made it fit, but it hasn't explained any of the new data, the things that we haven't discovered yet. Whereas,
so it's okay.
So like materialism or something, we predict that an asteroid is going to come in 500 years or something. And we see the asteroid like, oh, well, that was a prediction that was made by the gravity and matter and materialism positions, and it worked. So it wasn't just taking the past data and explaining it. It was then after explaining it saying, here's something we would expect to see in the future that we haven't seen yet, and getting it right. That's what you need for real evidence. Simply the ability to explain past data is irrelevant. Everybody can do that with any hypothesis, no matter how stupid it is. It does nothing. It's a waste of time. So all such theories should be done away with until they make novel predictions.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's kind of like, I forgot, that was one more question I might have, is like, how do you kind of deal with the how does your like metaphysical sense deal with consciousness when it comes to like physicalism?
It's an emergent property of brains.
Okay, so what's the distinction between a property dualist, or I guess maybe can you be a physicalist and a property dualist? I'm not really sure.
Yes, you just can't be a substance dualist. So a substance dualist says there's two kinds of stuff out there. Property dualist just means there are different properties that are a result of the same substance. So it's not, you can be a property dualist and still be a physicalist.
Okay, and would you hold to like a computational theory of mind, or somewhere along those lines?
I don't really take a position on it one way or the other.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, man.
Yep.
It is.
Go ahead, Ix.
I was gonna say it is a consensus as far as cognitive scientists that the cognitive theory of mind is correct, and more specifically, not just that we need a brain, but we need neurons. Because even without a full brain, we can take individual brain cells and train them to do all sorts of tasks in the same way that we can take very small neural networks with just handfuls of neurons and train them to do tasks. And the amount of things that brain cells can do scales up with the more neurons you give them, just like the amounts of artificial neurons. As you scale them up and increase the number of layers, you can do more complex function approximations. And so it seems like they're doing an analogous thing. The things that make the brain specifically give rise to our consciousness probably have to do with like the size and complexity and fine details of exactly how the neurons are structured. But it seems like there's nothing about the brain that is not fundamentally embodied in our understanding of neurons. There's no like part of the brain that's not neuronal, essentially, right? So it doesn't seem like there's some huge mystery waiting to be discovered in the brain that's going to explain consciousness more so than if you understood like how the hardware of a computer worked and you hadn't worked out what all the software was, but you understood basically that software could be written. Sure, there'd be a lot of work to figure out the software, but you have the architecture right. And I think we have a consensus amongst cognitive scientists that we've figured out the architecture of brains.
What we're trying to say is there is no ghost in the machine.
But some pretty amazing software.
Indeed.
But there's a ghost in the shell.
That is true.
That was a great anime.
Can I speak?
Yep, go for it.
All right. Hi, my name is Talcon. I'm a little bit nervous and I'm not super good at debates. So you gotta be easy on me,
You're
all right?
wrong.
I'll take the gloves off. My self-esteem is already crumbling. Listen. Okay. So I take issue not with your argument, but like with an example you used. You said earlier about the trans sports thing, and you made the point that males are different than females, males are better than sports, and the trans people just don't understand this. And I think you're mostly right, but I think it depends on the level of testosterone, right? Because if like you're like a trans woman and you like do your you do your puberty blockers, you do your estrogen, you never really experience male puberty, I would think that you'd be basically the same as a cisgendered guy. I think what's your thoughts?
Yes, so there is a spectrum among everyone that in a class like women, men, trans people, whatever, there's going to be some percentage that are going to be average, some percentage are going to be below average, and some percentage are going to be above average. The problem is the only section that matters to the debate is the people who are the above average. So like if we take the bell curve of intelligence between men and women, there are more men on the very, very stupid end, and there's more men on the very, very smart end. And more women are more typically in the middle. And so what this means is that more men are failures in life and completely die and mentally handicapped, complete junk, and so they fail. But there's also more men that are grandmasters at chess. And so no women can really compete at the men's level in chess. And so even though there's a spectrum, and the spectrum adds up to about average, so men and women have about the same average intelligence, because the spectrum is more spread out for men, and in a sport the only people who matter are the top contenders. The top contenders in chess are all men, because that spectrum goes a little bit further on the higher intelligence side for men. And so even though the average is the same and there's also more men at the stupid end, the result for a sport which focuses on the highest end of the spectrum is completely 100% dominated by men. No women that compete at that level.
Right.
And the same thing would
No, I
apply
agree.
to trans sports. Like even though many trans women are going to be inferior to many regular women in sports, there's going to be a small section on the edge there, which is the same section as the men for intelligence and chess, and they're going to dominate everything. They will win everything, the people in that spectrum.
Sure, I agree with that. Would you agree with me when I say that a trans woman who didn't experience a male puberty, that did the puberty blockers, did the estrogen, never really experienced that flush of testosterone that cisgendered males would do, that athlete would not have an unfair advantage? Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily, no, because there are, even prior to puberty, men still have a physical advantage to women.
There's a couple things to consider here. One is that it's going to be sport by sport, and so the differences that a woman who transitioned very, very early might experience, even though she didn't go through testosterone due to bone structure and a couple of other things, might be relevant in a combat sport, but not in a lot of like track and field sports. And one sport in particular that we know pretty well at this point is a pretty fair playing field for women who transition, is distance running, right? So
Right.
distance running, there's a like an evidence-based case that was accepted by the International Olympic Committee that said, look, women, trans women end up after X many months of hormone therapy being roughly in the same like echelon of women as they were when they were competing as men. A sport-specific thing. So we don't know for sure that there will be no differences, but we could at least do evidence based studies of people at those levels. And once again, we are talking about the upper level. So it's not like, as T-John pointed out, it's not that relevant to say, well, some women are anywhere on the spectrum or some men are anywhere on the spectrum. We know that like some of the top performing female athletes have high testosterone levels and like very like muscular athletic builds, just like with every sport. That some of the most outstanding performers have exceptional physiques and probably really good genetics and everything.
Yeah.
So one of the problems that's arisen is that the standards for saying that the participation in the sport are going to have a cutoff for testosterone has led to people like Caster Semenya, I think is one example, who are born female but who have high testosterone potentially being excluded from their own quote unquote born gender sport just because they have the thing which is being tested for that trans people would have, but they just were born that way. So there's a spectrum of testosterone even amongst people born women, and it's a sport by sport thing whether it should be a competitive advantage or disadvantage.
So you're
but
saying
we could say that most
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, like, most sports, testosterone is an advantage. And in some sports, we've been able to show, like track and field, distance running, that transitioning the testosterone away eliminates the advantage. But I don't think that's the case in the majority of sports yet.
I just want to clarify really quick that yes, there are a number of studies that shown that boy bodies have thicker bones usually earlier on in age, pre-puberty, and they have more, like, I forget what it's called, pre-pubertal growth or whatever in those years. So yes, male bodies still have an advantage pre-puberty. It's just not as much.
I never heard that before. I'd have to look into that. Can you just name like one of the studies? I'm not going to litigate it like right now. I just want to like look in it, learn on my own time later.
The male to female co-twin study from Oxford.
And if you want to do the
oh, here it is. It's the age of puberty determines sexual dimorphism in bone structure, a male to female co-twin control study.
I googled male to female co-twin study from Oxford, the NIH.gov article PMC 736. All right, I'll look into this later. All right,
and if you want to look into the distance running, look at Joanna Harper. She's one of the researchers who advised the IOC on the distance running.
Okay. Sure. Well, it was nice talking to you. Have a nice rest of your debate thing.
Thanks.
I think I have another question. I can't raise my hand since I'm in the lobby. Is that okay?
Yes. If you're already up here speaking, you probably don't need to raise your hand.
Oh, okay. Since I was going to ask you this, since right now there's a lot of quantum mysticism floating around consciousness.
Yeah.
So a lot of people use that argument to kind of argue from a point of possibility. Do you see a future where that disappears, where we have a classical or quantum explanation of consciousness, and so that people who appeal to mysticism will have almost no say because people can defend it from a reasonable position? Do you think that future might exist, or do you think that will never happen?
Yeah, it's going to be the same as everything. So like once we get a firm enough understanding of a particular field, people will stop using it as a god of the gaps. It's like people would use advanced mathematics, calculus, as a god of the gaps. Once calculus was invented, nobody understood it. Well, here's something we can't do. Well, calculus could probably do it. So anytime there's a new field that's discovered that isn't well understood, they use it as a god of the gaps to solve new problems, which is perfectly fine. You can try to use any new system to solve problems as long as you can test it. But then once the system is well understood, then people stop claiming that. So no one's going to claim that like calculus is going to solve quantum mechanics now, because we know calculus pretty well. We know what its limitations are. And so as we gain any understanding of any field, people stop being as mystical about it. It's only when it's new and spicy.
Okay, but so hypothetically, maybe like a better system comes up and everybody starts appealing to that, right?
Yep.
It's also a matter of science education. So right now, a lot of people are suffering from some misconceptions that early science communicators perpetuated about what is claimed to be the observer's role in quantum mechanics. So the claim that you need an observer for quantum mechanics to resolve is unjustified, and there's actually a really sad example of this. There's an interpretation of quantum mechanics which has von Neumann's name in it, even though von Neumann didn't say what this interpretation says. It's the von
Wigner.
Neumann Wigner, yeah. So von Neumann Wigner shouldn't have von Neumann's name in it because von Neumann disagreed with it. Von Neumann said that some interaction at any point is responsible for the wave function collapse. Wigner said it's the brain that causes the wave function collapse. Somehow he was allowed to put von Neumann, who's a respectable scientist's name, on his theory. I don't know why, but the perception that that's a strongly evidenced or supported interpretation of quantum mechanics is non-existent. But anyone who wants to say that the brain has like a special role in physics can just point to this and be easily confused by it. So this is kind of a mistake among scientists in letting a person sort of attain too much clout at a point where something which wasn't well understood was still in its early days. Anyone was allowed to hypothesize whatever they like, but there's no evidence that the Wigner interpretation is likely correct. Granted, we're in an underdetermined state where we don't know which theory of quantum mechanics or which interpretation is correct, but there's like literally zero reason to think Wigner is. That's an unfortunate situation to be in, where a lot of people, like the Deepak Chopras of the world, continue to basically make Wigner-based claims, even though Wigner has zero credibility.
I thought it was
Thank
that von Neumann initially agreed with it, but then recanted later and said he was wrong to apply the micro quantum realm to the macro world or something. That's why his name was on it, because he originally agreed.
Part of his idea was used, but his idea specifically said that collapse could occur at any point in an interaction, not at the point of consciousness. He included the observer in the chain, and he said, it could be at the point of the observer, but it could also be anywhere else that an interaction occurs.
Right, and I think he was in agreement initially, and then said he was wrong about that part. It couldn't be the observer later. So later, I think he disagreed, which is why, because he agreed initially, since it could be a possibility, that's why it was added in the theory. But later, he said no, it couldn't be the observer.
I understand.
I think I read that on the wiki about it.
Yeah, I didn't know that he actually changed his mind about that part. I just knew that he originally included it as one of the possibilities that he hadn't ruled out, and then he was taken to be agreeing with it completely by putting his name on it. I'll have to read more about that. Yeah, and the other one is just, besides like the idea that brains have some fundamental role in wave function collapse, is
no, that was my bad. It was Wigner.
That,
Wigner switched. Wigner flipped his view.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah. The other one is just like the sort of spookiness of entanglement right now. So a lot of people are quick to make claims about discoveries about entanglement to say, oh, entanglement can travel faster than the speed of light. Entanglement can cause non-local action. There's no evidence from all the experiments that have been done that anything can be communicated faster than the speed of light with entanglement, or that any action at a distance faster than the speed of light occurs. The only thing that's been misconstrued as action at a distance is correlation at a distance, which says retroactively, if you look at the particles that are entangled, you can find a correlation in their states eventually, but there's no ability to communicate that faster than light such that it would have any action or convey any information that would be usable. So both of those claims about quantum mechanics are popular amongst people that want to believe that psychic powers could move faster than light and really make sense and everything. And then the last is just there is a role probably for quantum mechanics in how the brain functions, in the same way that there is in the way how photosynthesis functions, how magnets function, which is to say that like any macro physical phenomena has a possibility of having something at the quantum level that's involved, but it doesn't get you from like the quantum or the microtubules in neurons might have some like large scale regulatory effect on brain waves to this is like an important part of how the brain works on the same level as like how neurons constitute the information network. We don't find evidence of that. There's like a weak evidence for Penrose and Hamerov's original hypothesis, which is that microtubules do some kind of quantum mechanical interaction with each other that has an effect on brainwaves, but that's an extremely weak effect. That might at most affect how you're feeling mood-wise, but it's not going to affect your ability to think at all.
Well, I also noticed that Bernardo, he used kind of a solipsistic point of argument, saying that everything goes through consciousness. So like the outside world goes through the consciousness, and therefore his view is more concrete, because no matter what is outside of you, it always has to go through the human mind, therefore somehow overpowering reality itself. I just found it funny that he used that.
I think I respond with the telescope argument. So just because you can't see other galaxies without telescopes doesn't mean telescopes are more fundamental than other galaxies.
Yeah, and some of what you just said sounded like the Donald Hoffman anti-realism stuff, but as far as I can tell, Donald Hoffman is greatly exaggerating.
Okay.
Anybody else? Questions, comments, philosophy, politics, religion, morality, potatoes.
Still no good evidence for a god, though. Sending love to everybody in chat. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
My favorite potato dish, probably French fries from McDonald's.
That is probably the best way to make potatoes. And there are so many ways to make potatoes.
Grease Up King is in the chat saying evidence isn't possible without God. Surely he wants to come up and prove his point.
If he wants to,
Well,
and raise his hand.
And if evidence isn't possible without God, why is there no good evidence for said God? At least none we've come across.
Hey, Carlos.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, you mentioned foundationalism earlier, and that you talked about that the cogito is your grounds for knowledge or theory of truth, right?
Yeah.
So normally because I haven't looked too much into the topic, but about the Agrippa's trilemma, but normally the critiques about foundationalism talks about dogmatism, or the asserted foundation is normally arbitrary.
Yep.
But if you have in some piece of infallible, self-evident knowledge like the cogito, does it avoid those problems? Would you say?
Yeah, because it's not arbitrary. It's not just like you just picked something. You can't, if you exist, then that would be a pretty good foundation to start with, for sure. That isn't arbitrary.
Yeah, and it can't be argued to be dogmatist or anything like that. You say?
I guess it could still be dogmatic, but it wouldn't be arbitrary, because that would be the biggest criticism of foundationalism. It's arbitrary which foundation you start with. But if you're starting with your own existence, that would not be arbitrary.
Right. Okay. Would you call it the cogito? Does it count as a properly basic belief?
No.
What's your understanding of a properly basic belief, and what are the problems with those?
Plantinga's properly basic beliefs apply to anything that is believed by a culture to be foundational to reality. I think that was the major critique against his view. Like voodoo would be a properly basic belief for that culture. And so anything qualifies as properly basic if it's a foundational belief about reality and the culture believes it or something. Properly basic beliefs are garbage.
Right. So why is the cogito not a properly basic belief?
Like properly basic beliefs are like beliefs about the fundamental nature of reality. Cogito isn't. It's just saying you exist. It doesn't say what you're made of. It doesn't say who made you or if you're fundamental. It doesn't say anything about that. So like properly basic beliefs would be like a god or the fundamental nature of reality is X. Cogito doesn't say anything about that.
Mm. I mean, the fact that you exist is a objective truth of reality. It's not fundamental. What you're saying,
Right. Yeah. Because properly basic beliefs, as Plantinga defines it, are beliefs that have to do with the fundamental nature of reality. Like God, because
right?
that's the point, is to justify God. That's why they exist. Mine doesn't have any claims like that.
We all believe we exist. We all believe that logic works. They are adding another presupposition, a God, on top of those.
Also, Plantinga's definition of properly basic belief is just question begging. According to Plantinga, a properly basic belief is one which is, quote, produced by cognitive faculties functioning properly in a congenial epistemic environment according to a design plan successfully aimed at truth, aka God. So you don't have properly basic beliefs without God, according to Plantinga, which is like question begging. He's just saying, oh, I think that I have a properly basic belief about God. How do I know that it's properly basic belief? Well, I've just defined properly basic beliefs as beliefs which are imputed from the designer according to their truth tracking plan for me. It's not an argument. You can't make an argument by question begging.
Yeah, that's cool. I think that pretty much answers that. I suppose whilst I've got you, your model of morality, like I quite like it, in the sense that I think like it goes through. Like I don't, I'm not convinced by it. Like I think that all morality is subjective. I think that without minds there would be no such thing as morality. But obviously you're saying that it's the law of nature, so it would continue to exist even if it had no minds to affect it. One of the main critiques you tend to get is the whole normativity thing, and you use the Euthyphro to show that you don't need normativity as an entailment of morality or something like that. Can't remember how you render it, but where you, I think is you say that something is good because you ought to do it is one of the horns.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever given like a good explanation as to why they would think that horn makes more sense?
Yeah, if you think oddness is a fundamental aspect of morality. So like if you answer, is something good because you ought to do it or ought you do it because it's good? The Euthyphro dilemma is assessing the order of operations of the properties, essentially. So if something is good because you ought to do it, then oughtness is a core feature of morality. And if you get rid of oughtness, things stop being moral. But pretty much nobody says that. Doesn't even make sense to say that. But if you say you ought to do something because it's good, then whatever goodness is independent of oddness, and oddness is a label you apply once you have all the goodness stuff, which means oddness isn't core to goodness. There's something else that's core to goodness. And so once you recognize that, then you realize oddness isn't the core factor to what's important to morality. I think I had one guy say that the first horn, that something is moral because you ought to do it, but I don't think he ever explained how you could come to an explanation like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think the way you explain it makes sense. I guess obviously it's like you say, you're just trying to establish which has more like primacy in the assessment.
Yep.
And I guess when it comes to oughts, there could be other things that you ought to do that have nothing to do with morality, which is why you wouldn't say something is moral because you ought to do it. Is that essentially what you're concluding?
No, that would not prove that oddness wasn't entailed in morality. That would just show that oddness was a bigger category. But so mine is that if you think of it in terms of like whatever morality is, you put a bubble around it, it has a whole bunch of properties inside. Is oughtness inside the bubble or outside of the bubble? If something is moral because you ought to do it, that means oughtness is inside the bubble of morality. It's one of the properties inside of morality. And so it would be required for something to be moral. Whereas if you ought to do something because it's moral, then there's the bubble of morality and all the properties of what makes something moral. And oughtness is outside of the bubble. It's not inside the bubble. And so it's not one of the things that makes something moral. It's a property that you label this bubble as after you already have all the properties of morality. And so the question is oughtness inside the bubble of morality or outside? If something is moral because you ought to do it, then oughtness must be inside the bubble. If you ought to do something because it's moral, then oughtness is outside of the bubble.
Right. No, okay, that makes sense. I suppose one last follow-up to that. What would you say to someone saying that the question doesn't actually make sense because essentially thoughts and morality are essentially the same thing? There's just a tautology, so you're not actually like saying anything. Like the question doesn't make sense. How would you like respond to that?
That would just be the first bubble. So oughtness is an entailed, like be the only property of morality. It's like the only thing. Then morality and oughtness would be synonymous, in which case it would be the bubble.
Right. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks a lot.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, I can hear you.
I have a question for IH.
Okay.
How can we reduce the quality of experience from physical parameters?
So we have a couple routes. One is we can do a combination of experiential reports and physical observations, and we can conclude that there are correlations between those things. So it's the consensus of scientists that changes in what we call mind, which are things that users report about their experience, are supervenient on, in other words, they depend upon changes in things in the physical. So we've never observed a change in someone's mental experience that didn't correlate to some change in their physical state. So from that, we can conclude, based on the combination of experiential report and physical observation, that if we poke this part of your brain, you experience this mental thing. If you experience some mental thing when we're not poking you, we can detect what difference causing you.
Specific patterns of neural activity doesn't explain the conscious state of experiencing an headache, or, for example. Yeah.
In what? I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Just studying, just knowing specific patterns of neural activity doesn't explain the conscious state of experience.
What was the last word that you said? It sounded like head-echo or something. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, for example, headache, taste, smell, or maybe anything like colors.
Can you say the word slow? I just don't know what the word is.
Yeah, what I'm saying is just studying the patterns of neural activity in
I
our
heard
brain.
all that. I heard all of that.
Doesn't explain the conscious state of experience. For example, experiencing a headache, experiencing the taste,
a headache.
experiencing.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
headache. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a tricky word. Okay, so headaches. Yeah. So when we talk about pain, or we talk about other things that have physical correlates, we do find that there are observable differences in neural activity that correlate to those things. So I don't think that's the case. And also, we've been successful in decoding both images and verbal thought sentence reconstructions to a high degree of accuracy. So we can decode what you're seeing, imagining with your mind's eye. We can decode the words that you're thinking in your internal monologues, and we do so on the basis of neural networks that are trained to look at the existing fMRI patterns and then figure out from purely the fMRI patterns what you're thinking. So it is the case that we can look at a given set of neurons and tell that it is thinking thoughts or seeing images, which are two of the main things that we call constituent of our human experience, right? So I don't think it's the case that you couldn't tell. I don't think it's the case that you couldn't tell that neurons are experiencing things physically. I think it is the case that you are able to. Getting the exact details is difficult, and we're not at 100%. but it's not the case that you can't tell if neurons are experiencing something.
No, actually, subjective experience, we all have subjective experience of certain, taste, certain feelings. So these kinds of, this materialism is all about, uh, charge, mass, momentum, frequency, amplitude. This cannot explain experiential states. You see, we can only.
Which experiential states? So I've already mentioned two. I've mentioned vision and I've mentioned thought. So both linguistic thought and vision have been decoded successfully to the point where we could tell if a person is awake or sleeping. We could tell if a person is thinking by reading the words out of their mind, and we can tell if a person is seeing by seeing the pictures in front of their mind's eye. So both of those things are successfully decoded right now. So what is it that's not included there? Do you think
How
we
it
could
feels
not
for me
decode?
to how it feels for me to eat an apple. For example, if you have a video camera, you can shoot me having an apple and then say, okay, this person is having an apple. That's an explanation of the activity that's happening, but that doesn't explain the experience that I'm having, while eating an apple.
Yeah, so what
That's a
happens when you eat an
subjective.
apple
Yeah.
is going to physically correlate to an engram, which is to say
Yeah, but
some
I'm having an
combination.
experience of taste, experience of
But
I get that. But
it
what I'm
is
saying is
a
that we can decode that engram as you're experiencing it and tell in the future, if you ate an apple but we had no video camera, we did not know you were eating an apple, we would be able to tell that you were eating an apple just from your fMRI.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that. You can even while recording a video, you can say that, oh yeah, this person is eating an apple. That doesn't explain the experience of having an apple.
But Anesh, if we start to just think about the experience of eating an apple, we are taking in things to our mouth. We are feeling certain pressures. We're feeling textures because consciousness is an emergent property of all of our sensory data being taken in. But it is all physical.
No,
Still
because
no
you haven't
supernatural.
explained the transition from chemicals to consciousness. Because chemicals, they don't reason, they only react. So without
We do
explaining
have a
the
model.
yeah.
We do have a model of how chemicals can produce intelligence. Okay. So the part that we call consciousness appears to be the result of a particular arrangement of intelligence arising from neurons. Now, we also think it's possible that there could be neurons which don't produce an analogous internal representation that we would consider similar to consciousness. So I would agree that it is possible that there are neural networks that are intelligent. In other words, they respond to their environment or exhibit some kind of intelligence that we might say are not conscious. Because if we understood more about the specifics of how our consciousness works, we would say that they're different from that. They don't have all the properties that ours does. But it's going to be on a spectrum, right? Because we could take, let's say there's 10 properties that we find with our conscious experiences. If we were to go on a spectrum and remove them one by one, we would find various like neurologically damaged human patients that are missing every one of those things in various combinations, right? Sometimes you have a person who can't remember things. Sometimes you have a person who can't integrate things, a person who can't imagine things. All of the things that we associate with our ability to think consciously are missing from certain brain damaged people. But if you took all of those brain damages and you combine them, you might say that person is not conscious at all because they don't have any of the things that we're constituting consciousness to be. But it's the case that there's a spectrum of gradual accumulation of faculties, of competencies, that each of those added up to amounts to our level of consciousness. So I don't think it's this strict defining line. I'll grant that there's going to be neural systems that we wouldn't say have any of the criteria, but it is the case that we can decode the things that we're considering to be part of consciousness, like vision and language, and we can read those out of your brain without looking at what you're doing physically. We can just from fMRI alone tell that you're eating an apple because we know what neurons fire when you eat apples.
And before you have a response, I want to know, what is your definition of consciousness?
No, because consciousness is a subjective experience. We cannot explain in terms of materialistic ontology what consciousness is. That's what I'm saying. Because materialistic ontology is all about weight, mass, charge, momentum, speed, frequency, those kind of things. That doesn't explain what an experience is. So you cannot expect me. Yeah.
Well, hold
Can
on.
you
You
tell
just
me?
said your definition of consciousness was a subjective experience, and you can't explain it. That was your
No, no,
definition.
consciousness includes everything: memory, experience,
You
and then logic, reasoning. It come because that's what I want to ask IS. In case if I ask you, what is 10 into 10? 10 or what? 10 times 10. You can either do addition or multiplication. Okay. You can
I don't have to
multiply
do.
10 into 10, or you can do addition of 10 into 10. So. Yeah, the brain the actually neural activity doesn't differentiate the what you're doing. Either you're adding it or you're multiplying it. So how you gonna find out whether what you've done additional or multiplication? Just
So
looking at the
I
neural
don't.
activity.
I don't have to do either. So it's inaccurate to
Mm.
say for most educated people that they do either operation when they tell you it's 100, right? The reason they tell you that it's 100 is because it's an encoded engram. You have a lookup table in your head, engrams, or all of the commonly used math operations that you've memorized, such that you don't do any operations whatsoever when you reproduce them, right? Not only is that the case, but we know exactly which neuron contains exactly which response. And when we ask you that, we could tell without looking
Yeah, that's what I'm
at
saying. Neural
what you
activity is the
say.
same for both addition and multiplication. So how you're going to differentiate which one
No,
is
it's
going
not
through my mind?
it's not the same for either. It's that you don't do either. You've memorized it. If we ask you a math question you haven't memorized, then we're going to be able to see different operators used. In fact, like look, I'll send you some pictures. I'll post them in the chat. We can tell which number or which symbol you are visualizing by reading your thoughts. We can literally see what image you think you're imagining. If you imagine an X or you imagine a cross, if you imagine an O or imagine a G, we can distinguish the letters from one another directly from your neurons. So what I want to ask you, because you keep going back to chemicals, is have you studied neural networks in any
No,
degree?
I haven't studied, but nobody can explain how a
You
living
haven't
thing came out
understood
of
them.
dead. No, what I'm saying is the from dead object we cannot have something which is moving and living.
Okay,
Okay, so
Inesh,
for
I
that
don't think
for
you
the trans.
understand. I don't think you understand what you're talking about, and I'm going to try to explain it to you really briefly. And
No,
I'm going to
I'm
post a
talking
video.
about the first living organ, the argument of first living organism. That I heard some arguments regarding that, but the transition haven't been explained clearly. Nobody could explain the transition, the first living organism.
Okay, if you want
After
to,
the big, yeah.
if you want to change the subject to abiogenesis,
No,
we
no.
could do that. But I think it's a lost opportunity since we've identified that you have a belief about what neurons can do, but you don't understand them. So I posted a video for you in the chat. It's called "Why Biological Neurons Are Deep Neural Networks." Okay, it's by
Okay,
a
I will go.
YouTuber. It's by a great YouTuber named Artem Kirsanov. And what this video explains is that the things that neurons do are not explainable in like simple like chemistry terms. They're explainable in terms of how they approximate what we do in computers. So when we look at what neurons are doing, you could approach it from a purely chemical explanation without describing any of the emergent behavior, or you could describe what kind of arises from that chemical behavior. So we're not using a purely chemical explanation when we invoke what neurons are doing and how they're doing it. We're invoking an analogy to artificial neural networks in computers, and we're able to reverse engineer what the brain does by doing analogous things with artificial neural networks. When we take,
Yeah,
let's say,
you're actually doing what the brain does, but there is already a structure for you to copy that. So
what
the
I'm
actually
saying,
where does the structure come on the first place?
what I'm saying is
Because
that, look,
you're copying it from another structure or pattern. So yeah,
yes, we're imitating it, right? So if I take
yeah,
1,000 artificial neurons, which are weights in a matrix in layers in a computer, and I use gradient descent so that I reduce the error rate. So over time, the more times it's subjected to data, the error rate goes down, the approximation of the input signal goes up, and eventually it's able to predict and recognize input signals with a high degree of accuracy. If I do that with 1,000 artificial neurons in a computer, or if I do that with 1,000 brain cells grown in a petri dish and attached to electrodes, they achieve the same result. Okay, they can both learn to play Pong, like the Atari video game, for instance, in approximately the same way by wiring themselves together in an analogous structure. So
But
we
that
we do we,
none of that could create consciousness. If that could be done, you could have created conscious robots now. That haven't been done so far. Because
we are
consciousness is a yeah.
look. I need you to show that you understand what I'm saying before you say what it can't do. Okay? Because if you don't understand what it can do and you're making claims about what it can't do, I don't have any reason to think you have a basis for what you're saying. So
Well,
do you understand that if we take some novel input, like the inputs and outputs of the game Pong, we feed them to 1,000 neurons, whether they be
Okay.
biological or artificial, both the computer neurons and the brain neurons successfully adapt to the signal coming in and reproduce the ability to play that game successfully and win the game. You understand that?
Okay, why is it adapting?
It's adapting to the input signals coming from the game.
Okay.
It's adapting. So the way that it's adapting is called gradient descent. So if you have a bunch of weights in a matrix and you repeatedly subject those weights to mathematical inputs of some unknown source, you don't know what the regularities or patterns are in the source at all to begin with. And you use a kind of linear algebra called gradient descent, which has the result of reducing the error rate. The error rate is like, let's say I put in a signal which is like gray or black or white. In other words, it has like a value of half or 100% or 0%. Okay. If the neurons are random to start with, then they're not going to match the input. But what happens as a result of gradient descent is they get closer and closer to the value coming in. So if you just had a value of 50% coming into some neurons, repeatedly subjecting them to that input, they're going to get closer and closer to outputting 50% on the other end of the neurons. They approximate the input that they receive. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't, even if you can
it doesn't do X. Before you skip to saying it doesn't do X, let me continue explaining. So what this means is, if we take a more complex signal, like a sinoid function, not just a static value, but a sinoid function, a math function that goes up and down and up and down, they eventually will do the same thing. They're going to approximate the sinoid function. So if you put a sinoid function in the neurons, eventually they put out the sinoid function on the other end. They have reproduced the sinoid function. They predicted it and they generated it. Do you understand that part?
So there are two questions. One, why the neurons are doing that kind of things? Why it is adopting? So that's first question. And the second thing is, even if you do all these things, that still doesn't give a computer-generated robot conscious experience. That's what I'm saying.
I think we're about to get to the last step. So the input.
Can
I finish? We're at step 3, which is the last step. So we understood that it can approximate a static signal. We understood that it can approximate a varying signal. Now, in the end, we approximate the signal coming in from Pong, which is the position of the paddle and the ball in the world, and the result of like the score going up or down. So the score going up or down as a consequence of where the paddle does or does not hit the ball back is received by the neurons, whether they be artificial or biological. The result is that eventually the brain cells learn to increase the score by hitting the paddle reliably over and over again. This is analogous to what any biological organism is doing. They have input data coming from the outside world, and they learn to master and predict that input data such that they can maximize for the input data that they predict.
They are learning it, and
Before
then
you go on, Anesh, what I'd rather like, because I think Ix could keep on giving you valid information all day long.
I have another question for T-Jump.
I bet you have many questions, but I have a question for
No,
you.
just two.
No,
Yeah,
just
okay.
two. Just one more. Just one more. We'll get. I know exactly, but I would like to know if you have a model of consciousness.
No, actually, consciousness is what we are the subjective experience that we're having, what the taste that I'm feeling while eating, the rational ability that I have to do math, and all these are my memories. Everything comes under conscious experience, because the rocks, they don't have a conscious experience. I have it, so that's the difference, you know.
Yeah, but that's what Ix was explaining
but
to
you
you
are trying.
how that it develops in things like neural networks. But my question to you is, you seem to doubt all this. You seem to be very skeptical of what we're putting forth, especially from a physical realm. And so my question to you is, what's either your problem and what's your model?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is you are trying to explain something which is not physical in terms of physical definitions. That's what I'm saying. Because, consciousness is not physical, that's an experience. So you cannot explain that in terms of physical definitions.
So when we explain to you that the neurons in a petri dish or the neurons in a computer are able to play Pong, what they're demonstrating is the ability to understand some signal about the outside world, predict what actions their signal output is going to trigger in the outside world, creating a feedback loop between what they perceive, the actions they take, and the result that they're able to achieve by doing so, the score. Right?
All these
So
results are given by a computer. Yeah, given by a
its most
computer, but that
fundamental,
computer doesn't experience the state of having a tea or coffee.
So would you
but
be
I
able to
established
show?
that the brain cells did it too. So are you going to claim that brain cells can't be experiencing something just because they were grown under
No,
some artificial conditions?
what you're doing is you are just analyzing all the patterns, structures of the physical ontology, and then you are saying there's nothing about that, because that's the only thing that you can observe. You cannot observe immaterial things. So you're observing the movements in physical ontology. You are seeing all the movements, all the structures, patterns, and then you
I
are
don't think
saying,
you understood.
okay,
Do you
you
mind?
didn't
Do you mind
explain
if
how the
I? Do you
pattern
mind if I
occurred.
interrupt real quick? So, his argument is my hard problem of consciousness, bro. My hard problem, bro.
Okay, so Anish, did you understand that the brain cells in the petri dish, which are like the brain cells you and I have, they accomplished the same feat of mastering the input, generating the output that will maximize the reward function. They did the same thing that the artificial ones did, meaning that the artificial model is an accurate reproduction of what brain cells are actually doing. And if you're going to say that the brain cells aren't conscious, they're human brain cells, right? So whatever you're doing with your brain is going to be similar to what these brain cells are able to do. Obviously, it's going to be a different structure, but are you denying the
Because
consciousness
that
of a brain cell playing
that
Pong?
brain cells may be able to do that. That's just the explanation or correlation between the neural activities, but that doesn't explain what consciousness is. That's what I'm saying. That could be a different ontology, because the movements in physical matters you cannot like. Okay, you can leave it, no problem. I will go to the next. I will go through the article that you have given, the videos.
I want to try to answer your question here. So, it could be the case that we're in the Matrix, right? Could be the case.
Yeah.
But we don't believe that. We typically believe there is rocks and stuff outside. The world really exists, right?
Yes.
Why? Why does the model that there's actually a world out there have more
Because
evidence than the Matrix?
when we came into existence, we only have our perception to see the world, and through our perception, we can only see something to differentiate something from nothing in our materialistic ontology. That something must have some definable quality or attribute, such as weight, mass, charge, momentum, speed, frequency, amplitude, and only those things that are definable with such qualities can be observed via our perception. So anything that can be observed through our perception is limited.
Okay, great. So why don't you think magical pixies are turning your TV on? Why do you think it's electricity and not magic pixies?
No, magical pixies?
Yep.
No, what is your question? I didn't get it.
Why do you think that your computer, the thing you're talking into right now, is run by electricity and is not magical pixies? Could magic pixies explain it? Yes. They could explain it. They could explain all of it. But we don't think that's the case.
No, magical pixies are definable or observable thing. You can observe, define it, or observe it. It has limits.
Why
Obviously,
do you
what I'm
think
saying, what
electricity is running your TV, not magic pixies?
Oh, that's why we have logic, because anything that is that could be proven logically should be believed. That's what I'm saying, because anything that is, you're saying everything should be proved inductively, but anything that comes under inductive.
Stop talking. Why do you think your
Okay.
TV works by electricity and not magic pixies?
But not by magic pixies, because I don't know, because the only thing that I can verify is through electricity. That's verified, but I didn't say magic pixie didn't do it.
Perfect. So if we're trying to solve what consciousness is, we can do the same thing, right? We can only use things that we observe, like neurons. We can't use magic pixies because we can't observe those. There's no evidence of those, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
what the best
That's where the problem
explanation of
occurs because.
consciousness
Hmm.
is going to be neurons. It's going to be physics. It's going to be neurons. It's going to be physicalism
Yeah,
because we can
but
observe those.
just because the only thing, we can perceive through our perception is a materialistic ontology, which could be just 2% or 5% of the actual reality. Because just because our perception only allows us to see certain things doesn't mean that's the actual reality.
Right, just like
You got
your
what I'm saying,
perception
right?
allows you to see electricity. That could only be 2 or 5% of everything that's there, and maybe
Yeah, that's
there's
what I'm saying.
magical pixies doing it.
But,
You
but
don't believe in magical pixies, right? Pixies are stupid.
not magical pixies, because there is no logical argument to insist that magical pixies did it. That could be some other energies apart from electricity. There could be some other thing
We
in
don't
another
believe in any of
ontology.
those.
We may not
All
know
of
that.
those are
But the
wrong.
only thing
All
we
of
can
those
observe is
are
electricity.
wrong. Everything that isn't electricity is the wrong answer because we have evidence for electricity.
No, electricity, we are observing it in the form of
I don't care.
the
We have evidence of electricity.
Yeah.
We have no evidence of all of the other possibilities. Even if electricity is only 2 to 5% of what's going on, we have evidence of that part, and we have no evidence of the rest of the parts. And the same thing
What's
applies
happening?
to
Okay,
consciousness. We have evidence of
You
the
have
physical
no
parts. We
way.
have no evidence of the
No,
rest.
the thing
Sorry.
that okay, let me tell you something. The thing that you are defining as evidence is something that could be definable, explainable in materialistic ontology.
Don't care about. I
That's
don't
what I'm
care.
saying.
I don't
Anything
care.
that
I don't care. It's anything that can differentiate imagination from reality. I don't care if it's spiritual or physical or idealistic. I don't care.
Imagination. If that imagination is logically sound, and
Means nothing.
with
I don't care
deductive
if it's
reasoning,
logically
then
sound. I don't care.
But Anesh, if I could help you out, it's that you could do experiments. You could figure out what is going on, and that's the problem. Is you have no process of discerning fact from fiction.
no, what I'm saying is all science is doing is just recording the patterns we see in
Yes,
the
and
world.
you're doing nothing.
Okay, we are noticing
nothing.
patterns.
The difference is the scientists are doing something, which is evidence. You are doing nothing but
Yeah,
making stuff up.
that is good. That is good for us. Nobody's.
Stop. So if we're trying to figure out which one is a better explanation of consciousness, the scientists who are doing stuff in the material world, or you who are doing nothing but making stuff up, the scientists are better.
No, I can't hear you properly. Sound is very low.
Okay, we'll turn the volume up. So,
yeah.
so if we're
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to explain consciousness, the best explanation of consciousness is the physical brain, because the physical brain and the physical world are doing stuff that we can test. There might be other stuff.
Okay,
Wait,
do
stop.
you respect?
There might be other stuff out there, but we can't test any of that other stuff. There's no evidence of that other stuff. Definitions, words mean nothing. Ideas mean nothing. All that matters is the testable stuff, and the physical world is testable and everything else isn't. So the physical world is the only plausible explanation of the brain. There isn't another one. Idealism is garbage.
Okay, can I talk now? Yeah, if science is good. I'm not rejecting science. Okay, that is helpful for us to build flights and then all the developments in the world. But that doesn't mean there isn't anything in the actual reality of the world. Because the only thing we could observe is materialism. With using that, we can seeing the patterns and making predictions based on those patterns. We can do science and then build everything, infrastructures and everything that we have. But that doesn't mean there isn't any other reality about that.
Right, I don't care.
For
I don't
that,
care.
we
But
need
wait,
logical
I
deduction.
agree, but
Yeah.
science, there could be another reality, but none of those have evidence. Those are all garbage, fairy tale
Evidence,
nonsense.
yeah, we have consciousness. That's what I'm saying. We have consciousness. We couldn't explain the transition
I
from
don't
chemicals
care.
to
I don't
consciousness.
care. Stop.
So,
Consciousness is an
so
unknown.
yeah.
Consciousness, we don't know what causes it. One of the possible explanations
Okay.
is matter and materialism. Do we need to know how? Nope. We have no idea how it does. It doesn't make a difference. It's one of the explanations. All of the other explanations are garbage. They have nothing. They have no evidence. There's nothing. So the only explanation, the only contender that isn't a dumbass is materialism and physicalism. Everything else is stupid. Every other possibility is
Okay,
stupid.
materialism, physicalism is good. Nobody's rejecting those
No, it's the only
ideas.
option.
It's good to
It is
survive.
the only option. There is
No,
no
it's the
option
one.
B.
No. So you are saying we actually came to this planet by chance. Okay, that natural blind process gave us the perception, but evolution doesn't give you the perception to observe the actual reality.
Don't care.
Why should evolution give you
I don't
the
care.
ability to observe the actual entire reality?
Criticizing physicalism. Physicalism is the only option. You can present a different option, and you have to show that that option has evidence. Physicalism has evidence. And until you present an alternative that has more evidence, physicalism wins no matter how many problems it has. You can list all the problems you want. I don't care. It still wins. Physicalism wins. Physicalism explains
physicalism wins. Physicalism wins. Nobody is against
to
physicalism.
explain consciousness. It wins.
And Nesh, before
Okay,
you respond, when you said it was not physical, you said as evidence for that we have experiences. But just
Okay.
because we have experiences doesn't mean that that is not a physical component. And also, there are fantastic evolutionary reasons for why we may be conscious beings, like the niche being open, because things like multicellular organisms like plants and fungi do their thing. We can't photosynthesize. We have to move around.
Actually, to explain the movements in the universe, to explain the patterns, all these limits, specifications in the universe, we could use this possible probability argument. If it is proven that it is impossible to have something immaterial from a material ontology, then if the probability is zero, we could use that argument as it's impossible to have it from materialistic ontology.
It's 1 out of 1. It's
only
100%.
No, you can't. So that was an argument philosophers used to try to show that Einstein's model of time was wrong because it's logically impossible for time to bend. They were wrong. Logical arguments do not work when talking about reality. So no, you cannot use a logical argument to try to show consciousness isn't physical. You cannot do that.
But even now they have refuted the time and space argument, saying due to that quantum something they have found out in quantum physics, and now they're saying the time and space is not as we thought.
Your arguments don't work. You can't use arguments to refute physics.
No, because I'm saying the more important thing is just because we can only observe the materialistic ontology
Then
through
that's
our
the only
perception.
thing that has evidence. Everything else is stupid.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have evidence for. But we are not entirely dependent on that thing. We have rational abilities. So logical
Those
deduction
don't
is one of
count.
the
Those don't count. You can't use rational ability to counter actual evidence. Your rational arguments are just things you've made up.
No, mathematics is
Stuff
not
in
a
your head.
physical. Doesn't come under
In your head.
physical ontology. Mathematics is very important for our survival, isn't it?
Math is just a result of physical ontology. Math is just physics. But
nope.
So let's move on to somebody else because we've gone through this. You keep bringing up the hard problem of consciousness. It's irrelevant. Best answer is physicalism. There is no other answer. Everything else is stupid.
No, physical entities do not have standalone existence. They are not the primary layer of reality.
Physicalism is the primary layer of reality. Best explanation. And next, Baked Alaska. What's up?
Hello.
Baked's been here for a while.
What's up, guys?
I also wanted to say your picture looks
Oh,
very
it's
much
not
like
me
a
next.
shark.
Sorry.
What's up? What's up, crew?
Not much. What do you got for us?
Well, the NFL season started today, so I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing with my day other than losing money. Anyway, glad to join you guys for a little bit. So yeah, just to follow up on Anish, I mean, very good discussion you guys were having. I tend to, I think, view things more along Anish's lines. Just because I don't really understand the physicalist interpretation of consciousness, but you guys are raising some good points. A couple questions I could raise to try to elucidate maybe some of the issues. In terms of the predictions that are made by physicalism or materialism in regards to consciousness, are there any predictions that are being espoused by this view?
Yeah, one of them, for example, is the free energy principle. So Carl Friston's free energy principle predicted that the fundamental mechanism by which neurons are able to achieve adaptation to their stimuli is because of what he calls the free energy principle. In other words, they try to minimize disorder and maximize predictability. And the way that they do so can be understood in many different aspects of brain activity, but it's all following similar lines. Based on that prediction, the scientists in the Pong experiment who put the neurons in the petri dish and hooked it up to electrodes and an external simulation of the video game Pong used the free energy principle. The only input that was provided was randomness versus predictability. So in the event that the neurons successfully predicted where the paddle was going to go to hit the ball, they got predictable input. In the case where they did not go where the paddle was going to hit the ball, they got unpredictable, noisy input. As a result, with just that input, the neurons learned how to play Pong because they preferred the predictable input over the noisy input. So what this says is, based on everything we know about how artificial neural networks work and how gradient descent works mathematically, and based on everything we observe in neurons that are able to do analogous things, we would predict that the free energy principle is an important factor in why the brain is able to do this successfully in the same way that the computer analog does. It works. Without the free energy principle applied, the brain cells did not successfully learn to play Pong. With the free energy principle applied, they did. This is like a novel prediction you wouldn't get from any other model than one that's based on like a physicalist understanding of how neurons work. And it successfully predicted how the brain successfully learns in a way that if you didn't have that prediction, you wouldn't have been able to get the brain cells to learn.
Okay. So, well, that's good. I mean, it's good that some predictions were made, and of course, for your point of view, that they checked out. So, at least that's some progress that's being made. And along the same lines, and I obviously I'm not familiar with that, so I'll look into that, and then I'll come back at some later point, so I could follow up with you about it. IX. Along the same lines, how would you falsify physicalism or materialism, the physicalist interpretation of consciousness? How could that be falsified?
Well, if the basic predictions failed, for instance, if it were the case that no artificial neurons would be able to approximate what biological ones do, or that biological ones couldn't be shown to do the things that they do in a full brain in any artificial arrangement, like in the petri dish, then it would cast doubt on the research program, right? Could be some other explanation for how consciousness works other than sufficient adaptation of neural networks. But it seems vindicated that the neural network hypothesis works because even in a limited sample like a petri dish of brain cells, it has analogous function to an artificial neural network of roughly the same size. So there does seem to be a capturing of the fundamental causal factors in the artificial model, which when brought back to create biological analogs to artificial models, it goes both ways. In other words, if we could only do an approximation of what the brain does in artificial neural networks, we might say it's a successful approximation, but it maybe is missing or failing to capture how the brain actually works. But when we take the artificial example and we reproduce the biological equivalent and it still works, then we think we've actually captured it because the analog in the brain does the same thing in reverse.
Okay. Well, without getting into that reverse model that you just described there towards the end, it seems like if we can't duplicate consciousness in an artificial substrate, that really wouldn't invalidate or falsify physicalism, though, right? Because I mean, wouldn't really what would be asserted then is simply like we just can't duplicate it artificially. But that wouldn't actually falsify physicalism, would it?
Well, so what? So
Well,
you can't falsify.
It would weaken the case, right?
Okay, so it's not falsifiable?
You don't need a falsifiable hypothesis.
I'm just curious what your position is.
To falsify, you'd have to have like omniscient knowledge of everything, and then you could falsify it. But who cares?
Okay. All right. So we're kind of not that far apart because I thought you were criticizing Anish for saying his position wasn't falsifiable.
No.
But maybe I misunderstood.
No, I wouldn't. Say
Okay,
that.
so maybe I just misunderstood. But it's good. T-Jump, it's good you're conceding that point. And IX, do you concede that point or not so much?
No, I don't think that falsification always happens instantaneously. What often happens is that prior to a full falsification, predictions fail, and people can attempt to do like an ad hoc sort of saving of a theory, and they often do repeatedly to try to preserve a theory in the face of seeming falsification. So if it were the case that all these experiments to reproduce what neurons do failed, eventually I think that would lead to a conclusive enough falsification that the theory would be abandoned.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that, but yeah, but that's good. That's good for you to actually say that. I appreciate that. So the other point I wanted to follow up with something you said to Anish Ix is, and I'm struggling with this a little bit, because I understand where we could check by our own subjective experience where there is some correlation between like the physical state of our mind and our conscious experience. Um, that's because we are experiencing it, right? So we could say like, yes, there's a correlation there. But it's not like if you had just looked at that physical state, right? Like let's say in an animal or something like that, you would have any idea whether there was conscious activity associated with that physical state, or you wouldn't know what to look for. So I think that's an important distinction. Like the correlation is simply because we can report out, like, yeah, I'm experiencing pain when you poke me. It's not because you could look at the physical state and
There are
say,
predictive models that don't rely on a user report, right? So for instance, in the case of brain dead patients, the speculation when someone's in a seemingly brain dead coma is, will they ever recover or not? That's the question, right? And so they analyze the fMRI activity of comatose patients, and they're able to predict which ones would or wouldn't recover in the future with a high degree of accuracy. So you could say, well, sure, they did this because they were able to look at which ones were and weren't successful, right? But the prediction could have been made prior to that because it was based on the levels of activity. And the levels of activity prediction is going to just be consistent with like computational theories of mind, which say that, you know, higher levels of regular statistical activity are going to be predictive that that is a thinking system.
well, but again, it's because with human beings, like we're reporting out the correlation. Let's say there's an animal that is having some sort of physical autonomic reaction to stimuli, right? In that case, if you looked at the physical state of that animal's brain, how would you distinguish whether it's an autonomic reaction or if the animal is actually experiencing some sort of conscious pain?
Hicks, after you respond, I just want to talk for a second.
Sure. I think autonomic responses tend to involve different regions of the brain, which we know prior to the experiment we studied them. If it's an animal that we haven't studied, so we don't know much about its brain, then we might not be able to make that correlation. But the point is that we judge, in the example of like the petri dish, we judge the brain cells to be successful at understanding their environment. We don't necessarily know whether or not they have like a representation that's analogous to human consciousness, but neither do we when we have like all sorts of different like brain damaged people. Know like how many of those different kinds of brain damage would disqualify someone from consciousness entirely, which is to say consciousness is not a single like Boolean criterion. It's a whole set of competencies which people can lose by degree. So with some animal that we have no prior data on, like which parts of his brain do what, it would be difficult to ascertain whether it's autonomic or conscious. But it's also not going to be like an absolute either or thing. It could be a gradient where it's never fully conscious because it has like some lesser faculties than ours, even at its height of its, you know, waking activity.
Well, and I just wanted to add on, and with agreement with everything I said, and that consciousness is a spectrum, we see it not only just in ourselves as just a system of aware, not aware. We can say within mammals, not just apes, but squirrels. We see that birds like ravens and they have equivalent structures that seem to make them very social creatures that seem to line up with everything that we think about of consciousness. But even if we go all the way down to things like ants, they seem to also be social creatures. And so, is a sea sponge conscious? It's hard to tell, but I think that we can safely assume that it's not just humans, that it is a wide variety of other animals, and all the way down to some of them, I think, being sentient and even introspective. We're talking about other apes.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Amy. I mean, like, you know, I think some animals are probably conscious as well. I just think that the issue is it's almost like we're working backwards from like the assumption that we are, and then when we experience like a correlation between like our conscious experience and some physical stimuli, we could report that out, and then that provides the basis to be like there is a correlation. But if we couldn't do that, how would we ever report? How could we ever state there's a correlation there? Like, it's not like we could just look at the physical state and be like, that physical state means there's conscious experience. We're
I
only able to
agree.
say that because we're physically telling the scientists that there is.
So it is a subjective thing. It is happening through our eyes, but I don't think consciousness is as sophisticated of a system as some people make. It really is, are the lights on, are the lights off? And, you know, we see this when people come back from seizures. We ask them questions, what day is it? Who's president? Just things that if they're unable to answer and we're not getting any results back, we're able to say that goes towards the other end of the spectrum.
So, like, Amy, if you had to build a robot, right, and somebody asked you to build a robot that appeared to be in pain when something happened to the robot, like we would be able to do that, right? Because that's the typical thing that physics can do. But if they asked you to build a robot that actually experienced pain, we would be clueless on how to do that. We would have no idea how to do that.
But that almost sounds like we're starting to get into things like a Turing test level. Are we just creating things that are going through a conditional path that print out a text string that says, ow, pain? Yes, I think that's going to be early level, but I think we're eventually going to get to points where we are creating synthetic and analogous parts to living organisms, and I think you're going to get what we would call a conscious organism. I think there's always going to be skeptics, even when things like this, if they happen, will say, well, that's not conscious, I'm conscious. But, I think, as we were talking with the hard problem earlier, I don't think that the hard problem truly exists. I think that although we can't right now, I think that once we're able to create the same parts, it'll be the same thing that we have, no ghost in the machine.
So I think part of the way I understand the hard problem is that we will need like an explanation, like why certain neural activity produces certain qualia, right? Like, so it's not even just like that certain neural activity produces the qualia, but why does certain neural activity produce the smell of a rose or the color blue? And we are just so far away from understanding that it's not even in the realm of anything that's within our possibility.
I disagree. So there's a book called Plato's Camera. Have you heard of it? It's by Churchland.
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar with the stuff it has on like color perception, for instance?
Yes.
Okay. So have you actually read it?
I have not.
Okay. So the color perception neurocircuitry is innate. It's pretty analogous in like physical structure to like a color palette in a piece of art software, like an RGB palette, right? We have other examples of this for spatial reasoning. For spatial reasoning, we found that there's a toroidal schema that's used like a compass. There's literally a toroid of neurons that correlate to directional sensation and reasoning in neurons about spatial perception. So lots and lots of things like this are super well understood to the point where we can pinpoint the neuron on the wheel and say you're sensing redness, or you're thinking of going to your right or east or whatever. And the more complex stuff like language is being decoded, complex stuff like imagery is being decoded. All of these categories, which are originally held to be ineffable qualia, are being decoded. And so this reduces these kinds of arguments to some kind of absurdity when all the things that are supposed to be private are not private. They're pretty well understandable and decodable.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I don't really understand how that's that addresses the objection. I mean, or the challenge, because the question isn't when you say decode, like it sounds like what you're saying is like there's a correlation between neural activity and some qualia, but the challenge is why does that specific neuron produce that specific qualia?
And I would say it's trying its best to figure out a perception of the world. At least we're not collecting red, we're collecting the opposite, but that is just our brain's best interpretation of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in the case of a novel experience, if you have some novel experience, the entraining of the engrams is going to be based on the most excitable like regions in the hippocampus and the cortical column. And they're typically excitable because they haven't been strongly entrained to correlate to one stimuli or another. So it's like in the mind of a child, a baby, for instance, where almost all of the like engram regions and cortical columns are excitable. Any new input could be arrived at by any region of the brain. But once the ones that are entrained to a particular stimuli become the most highly excitable to it, then they will supersede the like sort of default untrained ones. So we get a correlation after repeated stimuli of one particular cortical column set or one particular hippocampal engram. And that's what ends up being the analog of that experience. So it's not just arbitrary. We understand somewhat the mechanism by which particular regions get encoded to particular stimuli.
I actually, so a couple closing thoughts. So Amy, something you had said earlier, like if we're working on producing some sort of artificial intelligence, how will we ever know? Let's say it passes a Turing test, right? How will we ever know whether it's conscious or not, or if it's just passing the Turing test and it's not conscious?
So I'm going to give you an unfortunate answer. I think it's going to get to a point where we won't know. However, I think that you and other people, all of us, will be forced to act as if we are, because that is how our conscious brains act when another conscious mind comes in with something that is communicating to us as if it were conscious. And so it's easy to just think about it isolated in a chat box right now, and we go, ha ha ha. However, if we ever do have a combination of not just AI, but robotics, because right now there are, in my opinion, harder times in the physicality side, though I think we'll get over them. Just like having smooth movement, it's been hard to get robots to climb stairs and things like this. But I think once we tackle those problems, getting them not only thinking, but having some sort of a emotional system, we're going to act like the conscious.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can I get my question in?
Sure, go for it.
I wanted to ask, with all due respect, what would it take other than a God showing himself to you for you to believe in God?
Novel testable predictions.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you say that one more time?
Novel testable predictions.
Gotcha. Can you give me an example of that?
If I die and go to heaven, if Jesus rises from the dead, if there's another version of the Bhagavad Gita that's found that says DNA has a double helix, Donald Trump will be president, etc., etc. Anything that can predict the future before we know it and get it right consistently is evidence.
Something that is unique that we can thus verify, not in the past, because that's easy, but into the future.
Okay, that's fair. My other question was, why is it you guys always dodge Darth Dawkins? Is it because he destroys you in every debate?
I've invited him on many times. He refuses to come on.
I
We
just
love presuppositionalists. They just end up getting banned from places because I don't know what it is about presups that gives him like that attitude thing.
Do you think he has any rational debates where you're like, huh, he made a good point there?
Well, he's made lots of good points that are semantic, but he doesn't have any philosophical grounds.
Interesting.
Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but his argument for God affirms the consequent.
Does it really?
Yeah. Google Darth Goggins affirms the consequent. You'll find many videos of him repeating it over and over and refusing to change the argument.
Okay, I will do that. Actually, I'll do that now because I was listening to him and I was like, damn, this guy, he's making some good points. And I said, you know, that T-Jump guy does that little show every Sunday. I said, why don't you join? And he said, well, every time I try to, they don't allow it.
What?
They're scared.
That's a lie. I would let him on every single time because I get tons of views and donations. So I've never kicked Darth Dawkins ever.
No, it could be Soros.
Can I
Sometimes
say
he
something?
kinda
I'm
fights
sorry
it.
to jump in, but I have a point to make. I've been running the stage with these guys for what, a year and a half now. I can send you screenshots of messages to Darth Dawkins inviting him onto our stage that we run now once a month. I can send you screenshots of him just not responding when he's responded to everything else I've sent him. Darth Dawkins is scared of T-Jump and the rest of the crew.
Well, if that's the case, why don't you guys move down and talk to him then?
He banned
You
me.
say move down.
He banned me. I'm on his shit list, so he bans me whenever I try to join his stage.
Oh wow. Oh, well, that's interesting.
But
I
very
did not know that.
specifically, Darth doesn't like to be places where he doesn't have admin control because he likes to mute people that he disagrees with. But, you know, we'd have him on here anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had
Fair play.
2 or 3 conversations with him. They're on my T-Jump Gaming channel if you want to watch them. And you can judge for yourself who's afraid
love
of
to.
who.
I got you. Hey, I'd love to. I appreciate you guys letting me get those questions in because, you know, from what I've seen, I'm like, okay, he's a good debater. I get it. You know. Now I will say there is a lot of muting and banning. Don't get me wrong. Okay, well, I appreciate you guys allowing me to say that. I'm gonna let him know that you guys invited him up.
Sure.
All right.
So I guess you could add liar to the list of qualities that he has, since he's denied being allowed on the stage while being invited to the stage.
Gotcha. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
So, Tom, just so I can understand your answer to him, when he asked what evidence would you guys accept for the God hypothesis, your answer was novel testable predictions. What I don't. I mean, I know what you mean by novel testable predictions, but like, I don't understand what you mean. Like, do you mean if somebody like, can you explain the context of like how that would arise? Like, I'm not following.
Exactly the same as any hypothesis. So I believe there is a magical invisible being named Bob. I pray to Bob for a gold brick. Gold brick appears in front of me every time I pray. That's great evidence of the magical being named Bob.
Okay, but okay, so there's a couple. I would have a couple responses to that. Like, one, it's good that you would actually count that as evidence. So you're not like a methodological naturalist.
Well, I am a methodological
right?
naturalist. Methodological naturalism doesn't exclude the supernatural. Metaphysical naturalism excludes the supernatural.
I mean, that's true. What do you think methodological naturalism does?
Methodological naturalism is only accepting hypotheses that are combinations of known principles, particles, and laws in physics, but it's open to other things being discovered. It doesn't care if there is a supernatural. It's just saying that currently in the methodology we don't have any such examples. But if you provided some like my Bob example, they would be happy to accept it.
That's I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's clear if they would accept it or not. I mean, I understand you would, but I'm not sure if a scientist would, because they may just only accept hypotheses that are natural.
No, that would be
Right?
metaphysical naturalists. So methodological naturalists are only, like when they build a model in physics, what they're only allowed to use is principles and particles and laws in physics that have previously been demonstrated to make novel predictions. Those are your Lego pieces to build a hypothesis. And that's what's accepted in scientific journals as acceptable. But if at any point you could psychically predict the lottery numbers or read people's minds or kill people across the world with your psychic powers or whatever and do it consistently, they would be more than happy to accept that as this new ontology. There's nothing in methodological naturalism that isn't open to other ontologies. It's methodological, not metaphysical.
The reason we don't use God as an axiom is because there hasn't been proven or demonstrated to exist. However, if we could use that in our models.
And where are you getting that latter conjecture, Tom?
What conjecture?
That if some supernatural there's obviously never been an example where that validates what you're saying, right? You can't ever point to say like, hey, here was a methodological I can't even say that word. Methodological natural methodological, exactly.
You said something about a conjecture. What's the conjecture you're talking about?
The latter conjecture, which was like, if like there was some supernatural like cause that was like put forward, like it would be accepted.
Yeah.
Like that's the part where I don't recall ever seeing that in the literature where it says that.
It's a fact. So it's a fact in the literature that if you proposed a new ontology that had more testable results than the previous methodology, it would then be accepted by science. Like everything in science, all history of science has always worked that way without exception. There's never been a time in science where you had a novel prediction where they were just like, nope, we're just not going to accept it. Nope. Like one of the best examples.
But all those examples, the history of science deals with all those examples are naturalistic examples.
Right, because that's all it's ever worked. But
So
we don't
there's
care.
you're not. It's not like you're citing.
We don't care what caused it. We care if it works. So if you made a novel testable prediction about something, and it was a magical being named Bob who caused it, and it was a more successfully predictive model than any naturalistic model, that would be evidence of Bob. We would accept Bob. This basic fact.
No, I understand that's your position.
That's the
what
position
I'm
of
saying
pretty much
is like,
every scientist ever.
okay, where would I go? Let's say I never met you and I was just going online to read that. Where would I find that?
Methodology of science, philosophy, Stanford's philosophy.
It's gonna say what you just said.
Yeah, it's gonna say that whichever models.
It's gonna say that it would accept the God. It's gonna accept supernatural.
They will accept any
clauses.
method that works to make successful predictions. Any method. That's what every single methodology of science paper says. Any method that works to produce justification will be accepted. By definition of every single methodology of science, every single one says this. Whichever method works to produce the most successful justification will be accepted. Every single version of every paper of every science textbook, every one of them says this.
Okay, well, when you look it up, like I'm looking it up right now in a very unreliable source, Wikipedia.
Wikipedia's good.
It basically says that it's the term that the scientific method confines itself to natural explanations without assuming the existence or non-existence of the supernatural.
Right.
And then it quotes somebody, we may therefore be agnostic about the ultimate truth of naturalism, but nevertheless adopt it and investigate nature as if nature is all that there is.
Right.
So it just doesn't go into this other separate point that you're making.
No.
It just doesn't get into that.
The part you just read where it doesn't assume the supernatural exists or doesn't exist. The reason we only use naturalism is, as you said, it's the only thing that works. So methodological naturalism is just the admittance that only natural hypotheses have ever worked. If something else worked, they would be happy to grant it. We would stop using methodological naturalism. We don't care.
Let me give you an example, right? Like in the historical context with the resurrection of Jesus, right? A lot of historians will say like something transformative must have happened, right? For the apostles and all of these people just all of a sudden start believing in Christianity. But if it involves a miracle, like they're like, as a method of our method of history precludes us from like affirming a miracle happened. So we're just not going to opine on it.
How does that relate?
It's totally inconsistent with what you're saying, because they're saying as their methodology, they won't say a miracle happened.
Right. So there's a couple things there. One, there's nothing about that event that would even imply a miracle happened. Like lots of people converting to a religious ideology is extremely common. It happens all the time over history. Christianity isn't even the fastest growing ever. It's not even in the top 10 of the fastest growing religions ever. None of that's special. In history doesn't make novel predictions. History is explaining past things. It's post hoc. So nothing in history would be evidence of miracles. You would need novel testable predictions, which nothing in history can provide.
No. I'm not saying the facts surrounding the resurrection are miracles, right? Like that they found the tomb empty
No, I
and
don't.
et cetera, et cetera.
No, I don't think you're
I'm
following.
saying the cause of what's the explanatory cause of those facts? Why was the tomb found empty? Why did the apostles start believing that Jesus was resurrected? Why did all these people
None
start
of that is a
believing in
novel
Jesus?
prediction. So again,
It's not a prediction.
right?
I'm saying I'm not making the claim that that was a
Slow down,
prediction.
slow down. So, in order to get a beyond naturalism, you would need a novel, testable prediction. That's the only way to justify the supernatural.
It's
Looking at
historical. So you're not going to have a prediction
history,
from
history will never be able to provide a novel, testable prediction. That means you will never be able to justify miracles looking at history. History is post hoc inherently. So there's a specific
I
paper by
agree.
Mike Lacona where he specifically goes through this. It's the very first quote on his page on Historians and Miracle Claims, I think is what it's titled. Historians hold to it that the study of miracle claims lies outside of the bounds of historian acting within their professional capacity, something. And he goes through the entire paper of why they do this. History is only allowed to use combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have already been demonstrated because history can't demonstrate new ones. So history is irrelevant here. So if a new supernatural thing was discovered, like if Jesus came down again, we could then now use that once this Jesus guy was discovered and supernatural was discovered, we could then apply it in history to explain the resurrection. Until the time that the supernatural makes novel predictions today in the present, it will never be a valid thing to apply to history, just like unicorns won't. So you can only apply things in history that have already been discovered by novel predictions in the present.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like that, it's not like history is different from what we were talking about. So I shifted into like a different domain, right? But my point is like the historian to me seems constrained by his methodology, not his metaphysical naturalism, but his methodology for interpreting historical facts. That he's not gonna then say that the cause was some miracle. He's just gonna say I'm constrained. Like the miracle is not something like as you just read out, right? Like they're not going to report out like the miracle is the cause for these facts that we're aware of.
The thing is, there was a large predominance of biblical believers. It was originally called biblical archaeology. The people who started the field literally believed they were proving the Bible correct, right? And so if you go and you read all their books, they start out with the opposite assumptions to those that historians use today. The reasons historians and archaeologists don't use those assumptions today is not just because of like the overall methodological bias in the sciences as a whole. It's because they failed to produce the findings that they hoped to. With the methodology of believing the Bible and then digging where the Bible says to dig, they found nothing. When they did a grid search of all of Judea, they found settlements where the Bible said there wouldn't be settlements. And the settlements presented a totally different picture of early Judea than what the Bible says Judea was like. So it's because of the failure of the let's do what the Bible says approach to predicting things that those approaches were abandoned in the field of archaeology and history, for instance.
Okay, well let me give you an example. Let's move away from the predictions. Let's say that the Shroud of Turin, right? Because that's some archaeological artifact that we have. And let's just say for the sake of argument that like they do more carbon testing, they do more analysis on the shroud, and it ends up being dated back to the time of Jesus's crucifixion. And more and more analysis gets done on the shroud, and we can't explain how that image appeared from just sort of our current resources don't allow us to explain it. Do you think any archaeologist is going to say, well, this looks like it's a miracle? No, they're just going to say, like, we can't explain it.
Like, this is a great example because this has been studied extensively with an open mind where all the people involved have, like, contributed to the same body of research coming from, like, opposite assumptions. And that's actually a great example of how these biases that you claim would, like, prevent people from investigating, like, non-methodologically natural assumptions would prevent them from doing fair and honest research. It's been the case that the people studying this on all sides have contributed and like made good progress in studying it, because whether you think it's a fake or whether you think it's real, you should be able to make observations fairly and then conclude. And what is most reasonable to conclude about the shroud is that it's like a 14th century medieval fake. It was produced by the Savoy family probably because they acquired a previously available, fairly widely believed fake shroud, which they purchased, and they then hid it for about 50 years. And then after 50 years, they produced the shroud that we know today, which was much more believed and like realistic looking. It's not the same shroud as the one that they purchased because they waited for all the people who had seen the original one to die, basically. And the time frame in which they hid it and produced the new one probably is also the same time frame in which photographic techniques like camera obscura were discovered. And we know that it's very likely that they hired artisans, like somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, is the leading candidate for how the shroud was faked.
Well, let's say the shroud is real. Let's say we discovered the actual Shroud of Turin, and it has some funny pictures on it, but everything else is the same. Matter is the same, carbon dating is the same, exactly from Jesus' time frame, whatever. Would a historian ever conclude it was a miracle? No, because again, history and archaeology
That's what I
is
mean.
post hoc. In order to discover
Yeah,
a
but
miracle,
what?
you need novel, testable predictions. You don't have any.
No. What I'm saying is, like, even if a miracle was the best explanation,
It will
right?
never
Like,
be the
let's say
best
you
explanation until you have novel predictions. Novel predictions are what's
novel.
required.
Why? What do you for
Yes.
historical events? How are you going to have a novel prediction? I don't
But
understand what you're saying.
what would happen then is that we would then believe that it was the print of Jesus. We wouldn't suddenly believe that Jesus Christ has risen and that this is a miracle that happened. All that would verify is that, okay, something made an imprint of him. But it's just like the empty tomb. For some reason, Christians have such an attachment to an empty tomb, but an empty tomb doesn't prove Jesus was the Son of God one way or the other.
No, agreed. But what I mean is, like, the empty tomb. The empty tomb is like one of the historical facts that call for an explanation. Like, why was the tomb
So
empty?
it's not a historical fact because there's no independent attestation, right? What we know is that the Gospels claim there was an empty tomb. However, we also know that translation stories, in other words, stories about like divinely chosen beings ascending to the realm of the gods, were a standard feature of leading figures in the Hellenistic world, right? Greco-Roman traditions, like those of Romulus and Remus, those of like all the Roman emperors that were said to ascend to godhood, were those of Hercules, right? Were standardly ending with, at the end of the story, they are burned or buried or something, and either the body goes missing or there's no bones when they burn, because they have been shown to be ascended in the process. And if all of these stories prior to the Jesus myth are consisting of the same basic structure, and the Gospels draw from that structure, it's more reasonable to conclude that this is an invention of the Gospel writers than it's historical.
I think that's aside from his main point, because his main point is, what would it take for historians to be justified to conclude miracles happen? I think, and if they can't, if nothing can, is that a methodological bias of naturalism or something? I think that's the main argument he's trying to argue. So let's look at it from the perspective of physics. What would it take for physicists to conclude that magic leprechauns cause dark matter?
Well, we would need a definition for what magic leprechauns
forget
are.
the definition
Right?
part. My point here is that it would be stupid. All of the physicists would laugh at you if you wrote magic leprechauns on a paper. Like, forget the definition part.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because in physics, the only things that are valid hypotheses are things that are combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have made testable predictions. That's the methodological limitation of physics. Now, if you said magical leprechauns cause dark matter, and here's an experiment we can do to confirm the leprechauns, and you get it right, they're not gonna laugh at you anymore. Now they're gonna be scared and try to look at this and try to figure out a different way to explain it in the best way they can. But that's evidence of the leprechauns. If you do some kind of a test, you now have evidence of a leprechauns, and that contributes to the explanation of the dark matter. So you have this past data, the dark matter that we can't explain yet. And in order to make the magical leprechauns a plausible explanation for that, you need to make a novel prediction today that indicates the leprechauns. They make some novel prediction that nothing else does. The same thing applies to history. So in history, if you want to say Jesus caused the Shroud of Turin, or Jesus' resurrection caused the Shroud of Turin, the only plausible explanations in history are combinations of known principles, particles, and laws that have already been known to exist in history. You can't use magic leprechauns, can't use miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural UFOs for the exact same reason you can't in physics. Because every time we do that, it's wrong. Every time in history anyone's ever added those to a hypothesis, it's always wrong. But if you suddenly somehow got it right with those kinds of predictions and they made, or those hypotheses and they made predictions, then you could go back and after this has now been justified by novel predictions, you could then explain the past data with this new thing we've discovered. So if we discovered a unicorn fossil, we could then say that the books of the Iliad and the Odyssey where they mention unicorns, that may be an actual account of what happened because we have actual examples of unicorns. Therefore, that could be explained by not just being made up. Until the time we actually discover something today, some novel predictions like unicorn fossils, that will never be a plausible explanation of history because history is not allowed to input new ontologies. This is the difference. And so this is not a methodological naturalism difference. This is just the basic way we use any kind of epistemology ever. You're only allowed to use combinations of known principles, particles, and laws when explaining past data. When trying to explain new data, you can use whatever you want, make up whatever you want. And if it makes predictions, it works, and that's great. But when explaining past data, you're never allowed to use things that haven't already been confirmed.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. I'm not going to bore everyone with my terrible off-the-cuff reaction to it. I was just going to say, it seems to me like the testable predictions, they're just increasing the probability of that being the case, right? Unless it be false.
Evidence is just increasing the
Correct.
probability.
It's just evidence for something.
Yes,
Yeah.
just evidence. Yes, just evidence for the supernatural. That'd be great. That's literally everything we want as atheists.
Well, again, I'm. It's not clear to me that evidence would be accepted. I know you think it would be, Tom, and that's why I was asking, like, if you could point to me to somewhere that says that, right? Like basically what you just said.
Every single written book on the epistemology and method of science says that. They say we will accept anything that works better than what we have. That's literally why the American government and many scientists spent millions of dollars on research into parapsychology. If it had worked,
this comes up like the intelligence, the proponents of intelligent design, right?
Yeah.
They constantly raise this issue because their whole point is that like they feel that they'll never be able to convince like the scientist that something is intelligently designed because of this particular issue.
No, they're just idiots. They absolutely could just make novel testable predictions. Go.
They have.
No, they haven't.
In Signature in the Cell,
Myers makes
which
10.
is a book.
There's 10 of them. They're all absolute garbage. Every single one is absolute garbage. Most of them were already known before he made the predictions, and the ones he did made were easily known by everybody at the time in common knowledge. There was nothing specific about any of those 10 predictions that even come close to a novel prediction.
But Baked, it's also because what the miracles themselves would not be evidence for the claim. And so even if Jesus came back from the dead, that wouldn't be evidence, or we could at least start to build, maybe you could put that towards something like a son of a god, but there's no connection. It could be that someone has a superpower, or they just come back from the dead.
Well, I think that's
so,
the wrong way to approach it, because
that's kind of my point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can always explain it in different ways. That's called post hoc rationalization. And if you always explain it in different ways, presupposing your conclusion, that would be fallacious. That would be the problem Baked Alaska is arguing for. And so I would agree with
my point, though, is it would be proof that he can come back from the dead. The Shroud of Turin, however, would be evidence that it was Jesus if you were able to verify it. But that wouldn't be evidence that they were the son of a god. That is my main point. These miracles would be evidence towards their specific thing that they are trying to show.
I don't think so. I disagree. I think that's the problem that Baked Alaska is actually outlining, is that if you only count the prediction as evidence of the specific thing that happened and not allow the hypothetical explanation of it, then that's the bias that I think is unfair in science. You have to allow the overarching.
Then help me connect.
So, like, if
How
I
would someone
predicted
coming back from the dead be evidence that they are the son of a god.
So if I predicted that I'm going to die and rise from the dead in 3 days, and you like decapitate me, burn me, whatever, and 3 days later I come back from the dead, that will be pretty impressive. And if I said the reason I can do this is
Sure.
because I'm the son of a god or whatever, that would be a reason to believe me. Like I've done something, I predicted the future in a way that nobody else predicted. I'm the only one who knew this. And my explanation that I'm giving you is this one, and this one consistently makes predictions like I will rise from the dead if you cut my head off in 3 days. You do it again, do it a couple times. I'm a fan of repeatability. That would be great evidence that I'm the son of God, because this explanation, this data, predicted all of the phenomena that happened, and there are no other models that could do that.
I completely disagree. You're just asserting that the explanation is that you're the son of God. We now have a phenomena, you resurrecting from the dead. The thing that you haven't proved is that you are the son of a god. You're not drawing a connection here.
Well, so if I am able to predict the future, that I will rise from the dead, and
Sure.
I'm going to claim that my ability to do this comes from my being the son of a god. Maybe I'm lying or something, but that doesn't matter. And
No, that's the whole point.
no, that wouldn't make a difference here. So say Bob, my friend, says, I believe him. He's the son of a god. I also predict he's going to rise from the dead in 3 days. That would be that hypothesis that I'm the son of the god has given my friend Bob the ability to accurately predict the future. So now, even if I'm lying and I'm not the son of God, I'm just an alien or something, his hypothesis that I'm the son of the God has given him the power to accurately predict the future, that I'm going to rise from the dead in 3 days. And he got it right.
The hypothesis isn't that, once again, the hypothesis you'll resurrect from the dead. There is still no connection being made. So we could
Because
say
I'm
the
the son of
sun
God.
will rise. So if we say the sun will rise in a set of days, you're saying because of this prediction made, it can be made true every time. We could also say, hey, listen, we know this because he's the son of God.
Yes. So, like, if I
I
predict
think that's
he's the
silly.
son of God, therefore he will rise from the dead in 3 days, and I get it right, that hypothesis that he was the son of God gave me the ability to predict the future in a way that no other hypothesis did. Therefore, because that hypothesis allowed me to predict the future and get it right, that's evidence of that hypothesis, because it allowed me to predict the future.
No, it's evidence of him being able to. You're not really giving a mechanism. So how did he come back from the dead?
I don't need to know that.
You don't need to know
Nope.
that. You could
So,
just
let's
say
say I
it's
have
the
a
son
magic
of a
8 ball
god.
that I can just shake,
Just
and it
have
gives
to
me
believe
random
him.
messages. If the magic 8 ball gives me the lottery numbers, and I buy a lottery ticket and I win the lottery, then I shake the magic 8 ball again and gives me the lottery numbers, and buy a lottery ticket, buy the magic, and I win the lottery again. Am I justified in buying a lottery ticket with the next numbers it gives me, even though I have no idea how it works?
Well, our intuition would say, but that is also the gambler's fallacy.
Well, no, it's in.
But I also think that's different from what we're explaining here.
That would not be a gambler's fallacy. So if the magic 8 ball gives you the correct numbers for the lottery multiple times in a row, you would have evidence to believe the magic 8 ball is going to give you the lottery numbers for the next time. It's just induction. Gambler's fallacy is when there's an equal probability of all outcomes or whatever. That's not.
So if someone says it's giving us the correct numbers because this ball has a connection with God, would you
Yes.
suddenly believe that?
Yes. If it gives them the lottery numbers and they win every single time, that's a reason to believe that whatever hypothesis they think is working because it works.
Okay, how did you separate that out from an alien?
You wouldn't be able to. But one of the hypotheses is making predictions, and one of them is post hoc. So, like,
So really what you would able to say is that the mechanism, something, the phenomena is happening, but you wouldn't actually be able to say it's a god.
So this is the same as the "Are we in the Matrix" hypothesis. We could be in the Matrix, and everything we see could be just a figment of our imagination. But we don't think that's true because that's never made novel predictions. The real world being around us makes novel predictions. Both explain all of the data. There's going to be infinitely many hypotheses that always explain all of the data, no matter what. The difference, what makes one better than the other, is the ones that can predict the future before we know it are better than the ones that can simply make up other explanations to explain the data. So if one person shakes a magic 8 ball and says a god's going to give me the right answer because he's connected to the magic 8 ball, and he gets it right, that hypothesis is better than the aliens hypothesis because the aliens hypothesis is post hoc. You're explaining the data after it's already been known.
What?
The one that came up with the
Yeah,
novel
I-
predictions first is the better one. The one that makes up the explanation after is the worst one.
I see no delineation. If you're doing a prediction, we're able to see a phenomena. We're able to say, okay, here is the phenomena. Let's go out and say why. We would not be able to say God, and the person saying it was God would be mistaken.
What? So this applies to literally everything. Any scientific hypothesis ever, you can make up an
Sure.
explanation for. And there's always going to be
Sure.
infinitely many other ways to explain the data. Always, no matter what. Always. The earth goes around the sun. Magical pixies. Magical leprechauns. Fairy dust. There's infinitely many ways to explain all data. There is not a single piece of scientific data that can't be explained by alternative explanations. Everything can
Sure,
always
but
be
the point
explained by
is,
alternative
they're
explanations.
also just making it up. They have no reason to say it's a God.
Doesn't make a difference.
So why do you think that they have a reason
It
to
doesn't
say
make
it's
a difference. The way they came to the hypothesis is completely irrelevant. Don't care. What matters is does it work? Does one make predictions before we know it? And if it does, that's the one that has the evidence. Makes no difference how they came to it. Makes no difference if they farted it out during a dream, which has literally happened to multiple scientists where they had a dream, made a prediction, and got a new theory of physics correct. Makes no difference how they came to it. I do not care. All that matters is does it make novel
Sure.
predictions?
I mean, we're still agreeing with each other on that. It's just you can't tie it to a
No,
God.
you can. You can literally tie it to a god.
How?
By making it up. If you had a dream, God told you this, and
We
you get
agree
it right,
again.
that's evidence of God.
No, it's just making things up.
No, this is the part where Baked Alaska's criticism works against you because your epistemology excludes anything that you don't already accept, which doesn't work. Fundamentally, epistemology completely fails every single way you think about it. It does not work because you have to be
Sure,
open to anything potentially being the cause.
And I disagree. I'm open to anything being the cause. There just has to be evidence for it.
And what do you think evidence means?
Something like a novel testable prediction, something that we can emulate.
Those are the things I'm giving you. If I have a magic 8-ball that gives me the lottery numbers, that's a novel prediction.
Sure, and then we would have a phenomena. But
Right.
then you can't just actually assert that it's God because you're getting that.
No, that's the part that I think you're missing. Why having just a novel prediction is nothing. You have to go from novel prediction to cause of the prediction, and you're never going to have direct evidence of the cause. Can't do it. Doesn't exist. It's always going to
So
be a
if
jump
we
from
found
hypothesis to
someone-
phenomenon.
So if we found someone that was resurrecting from the dead, we would be able to say, hey, this person resurrected from the dead. I don't know why they're doing it, but now we can take it on and start to figure out why.
No, you're missing it. So like for any phenomenon, there's always going to be infinitely many explanations that you will never, ever be able to differentiate. Ever. There will never be evidence that indicates one over the other. Ever. Never going to happen. You will always have infinitely many. No difference. No way to tell the difference. Ever. This is the problem of underdetermination. So you will never be able to tell the difference of why that guy resurrected. You're just making up hypotheses. And of all the hypotheses, you need a way to say this one's the best. The best one is the one that predicted it would happen before it happened. I don't care what the entailments are. God, magical fairies, pixie dust. If it was able to predict it before it happened, it's the best one because there will never, ever be a way to differentiate the infinitely many hypotheses. The problem of underdetermination doesn't exist.
At that point, you're just
Yeah,
never
never-
going to be able to verify it. And so then we shouldn't believe.
No, this
that
is
if we
for
can't
everything. This is
verify
for
it, it's only
literally
God.
everything. Any scientific belief, electricity, magnetism, gravity, protons, neutrons, literally everything in science has
There's
this
no
problem.
evidence for any of those.
They could all be explained by infinitely many alternative hypotheses. It's called the problem of underdetermination. Every single fact ever could all be explained by infinitely many empirically equivalent hypotheses. Problem of underdetermination. Big thing in science. So you will never be able to differentiate is physicalism versus idealism versus brain in a vat versus matrix. They are all empirically equivalent. The differentiating factor is that one of them was able to predict things before we knew it, and all of the others were only able to explain them after we knew it. That's the factor. Novel prediction is the only thing that makes it a more reasonable to believe. So if you had a magic 8 ball that you think was connected to God and it could accurately get the lottery numbers every time, that's a reason. That's a really good reason to believe in God. I'll give you a better example. Let's say we have a Bible and the Bible said God created the world. It's like exactly just the Christian Bible, but it said DNA is a double helix. Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Universe is 13.8 billion years old. Donald Trump will be president in whatever year. And it got all of those right. And it was written 5,000 years ago. That would be phenomenal evidence for Christianity. It could have been aliens who wrote it. Sure. Could have been a time traveling merchant leprechaun who wrote it. Doesn't matter. It is phenomenal evidence to believe in Christianity if you have a book that is claimed to be written by God, that has all of the novel predictions for thousands of years and gets them all right. Phenomenal evidence, even though it could still be explained by a bunch of other things.
It would be fantastic evidence. It is something we never find throughout any of the religious texts.
Well, why would that not apply to Jesus, right? Like, that's the whole basis of Christianity. Like, it wasn't that some random person got resurrected. It was a vindication of the claims that Jesus made. Like, Jesus made these radical claims, and then all of a sudden, he's resurrected.
Yes, that would be
Why
great
is that
evidence.
not?
So, like, if Jesus
Yeah.
predicted he'd rise in 3 days after he died, and then he died and rose in 3 days, that'd be great evidence. That's a novel prediction. Absolutely.
Jesus was making claims that he was the Son of Man, he was the Son of God, right? And then he's resurrected.
Yes, so if
That's
that
a total
happened-
validation of his
if that
claims.
happened,
And in the first gospel, which claims that, it just says that they went away scared to tell anyone, right? So it deliberately dodges making the kind of claim at the time that it was made that would have lots of witnesses that could corroborate it. And it instead hides behind the idea that, well, the people who saw the empty tomb went away and told no one. And then it's only later that they made up a fake ending to Mark where they changed it to say, no, then he appeared to people and like did a road show of like having Thomas, touch him to verify and everything. All that stuff was added because the original gospel was trying to pass it off as explaining why no one had ever heard of it and why no one had any evidence or witnesses to the effect that it had occurred.
I'm not saying that Jesus predicted that he was going to be resurrected, right? Because that would have changed like the course of history. If he had like told everyone I'm going to be resurrected, like who knows what would have happened. I'm saying that his entire claim was divinity, right? So he was making radical claims that were totally unprecedented. And then his claims were validated but if you think the resurrection
They're not
actually
historical.
happened.
They're not historical.
What's not historical?
The first gospel, Mark, doesn't say that he reappeared. It just says the tomb is empty. But they didn't tell anyone about it, right? It's only later when they think that enough people aren't around or enough people believe in it that they then upgrade the claim to say, oh, and then he did a roadshow and appeared to people. They literally changed the ending of Mark to do this because it went from being an unbelievable historical farce to, okay, well, now enough people believe it, we're going to upgrade the claim to say he really did resurrect, right? The claim that he resurrected is not believable. It is not even in the original
That's not the consensus of New Testament scholars, like what you're saying.
Like the consensus of New Testament scholars and calling that the mainstream or something is like asking what's the consensus of witch doctors, right? They're not going to be able to agree on a consensus where the majority of the consensus relies on people who will be fired from their job because they have a faith statement for the institution they work at where they're literally fired if they say anything heretical.
The consensus of historians is Jesus did not rise from the dead.
No, they don't take a position.
No,
on that.
they do take a position.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier, right?
They do take a position. Historians do take a position. Miracles did not happen. They are not a plausible.
No. You're first. That was Hume's argument, and that's been totally discredited,
no, that was not
right?
Hume's argument. Hume's argument was that miracles are the least plausible by definition. That's a different argument. In history, miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs are not plausible explanations of anything in history because historians are not allowed to posit new ontologies, just like physicists aren't, just like in law you aren't. The only people who can posit new ontologies are people in physics and chemistry and biology doing new research today. Historians can't posit anything new by definition. They're post hoc explaining things. They can't get anything new.
Historians don't. What you're saying is absurd, right? You're saying that the historians have taken a collective view on what did not happen, not what did happen.
What?
That's what you're saying they're doing.
Those are the same thing.
No, they don't do. No, they're not.
If
they don't get into like falsifying like theories and things like that.
If one thing
They just say, historians going to say like, here's what the evidence is, right? Like, let's say JFK's assassination. They're going to say we have evidence that there was a gunshot and the bullet trap. They don't get into saying like we therefore exclude like this conspiracy. They don't do that. They just tell you what they just report out what the evidence
The point
is.
is that the Gospels are not historical documents. They're
Yes,
literally.
they are. They're no different. They're no different than any other writings. No, you treat the
they're full of legendary and literary techniques and structure which do not comport to what we consider to be historical independent accounts, right? They're analogous to the stories of Romulus and Remus, the stories of Hercules. They have
you're taking the mythology interpretation, and that's widely been discredited by scholars.
That's right.
Historical fiction can be based on a subset of historical facts without being historical in character.
Well, more
right?
importantly,
like
there are actually the most credible historians of the time period included myths like the origin of Romulus and Remus making Rome as fact in their history. So they were not intended as mythological. The best accredited historians always included myths in their history at that time period, and it wasn't until much later that we got rid of that garbage. So no, they are equivalent.
Also, there's a separation between mythicists, as in people who do not believe that Jesus was a real man, and then just thinking that his resurrection was mythical.
Okay, the historicity of the resurrection in Jesus is a separate point. What I was responding to was the dialogue between Amy and Tom, and Tom's point, I think, is what I'm saying is that if what Christianity alleges to have happened is true, it fits into what Tom is saying.
Yes, I agree.
Right? Because it is, that's all. I mean, we could have a separate debate about
if Jesus predicted he would rise in 3 days and he rose in 3 days. That would be phenomenal evidence for the apostles, and that would be a reason for them to be justified in believing absolutely.
Yeah, and Jesus, told people he was the Son of God, and so when he was resurrected, assuming that actually happened, it's a validation of his claim.
No, if you
it's
didn't actually make the prediction, that wouldn't be a validation.
Well, it's not a direct prediction, but it's basically it's the only explanation that makes any sense.
That isn't the thing.
We have abundant evidence that translation tales about hero figures like having ascended because there's no body to be found afterwards was a standard trope of hero fiction at the time. So it's more reasonable to conclude that it was added to the story as a hero story than it was a historical event.
But also, Baked Alaska, we have on one side a mass grave, or the body being cremated, or ascending to heaven where he reigns supreme as king. Don't you think that the first two might just be, at least until there's good evidence, more likely?
They're more likely if you don't have a view on whether God exists or not, or if you think it's highly unlikely that God exists. But if you think it's more probable than not that God exists, then him raising Jesus from the dead is not. It's not a stretch, right? It's like because God could do anything.
I think the question is more based off of all of the past evidence we have of all history right now. Physicalism and all those other things are far more plausible than God. Therefore, based off of all of the evidence, God is the least plausible definition because it has the least evidence of those other alternatives.
Exactly.
I think you have to, when the claim is something metaphysical, right? That is which is something that exists outside of physical reality. You can't judge the evidence for that claim like you would judge the evidence
special
for
pleading. It's called special pleading.
It is a form of special pleading because it's a special hypothesis.
There's no such thing.
Right? It's not the same. It's not like it's being proposed as like some new element on the periodic chart, and then you're like, well, what's the evidence for it? right? Because then I'd agree with you and be like, yeah, we should just treat this like any other hypothesis that's being put forward. This is like the cause of the entire universe.
Doesn't make a difference.
So how could that not make a difference? How could the
If I claim that there's
the
magical
nature of
pixie
the
leprechauns on a higher dimensional plane of magical Pooville, that doesn't make it excluded from all of the bases of evidence that we already know work. If you're trying to plot to like assert something on some new ontological plane, it now has a higher standard of evidence. It has to meet all of the evidence of our plane and then some, not excluded from all of our evidence. So you'd have to go from science to science plus, and then do all the things science does and more to be evidence of the metaphysics. You're not
So you're
excluded
saying
from
that,
science.
right? So you're saying that it doesn't matter what the nature of the claim is, that it could be something about my intuition or how I feel about somebody or my mental state. And if I'm just claiming something about my mental state, I need to produce the same evidence for to prove my mental state than I would like whether there's a pencil on the table in front of you.
Only if you're claiming it exists outside of your imagination. So like if you're claiming that
No,
metaphysics.
I'm saying my mental state is real.
Yes.
I'm saying right now I'm thinking of X, and you're saying that's my claim. In my mind, I'm thinking of a red triangle.
Cool.
Now you're going to say to me, it doesn't matter that my claim is what the ontology of my claim is. That I need to provide the same evidence for that than I would for that there's a pencil in front of me on the table.
We already have that. So yes, but yes.
We have what?
Scientific evidence of all of that, yes.
How would I establish my claim that I'm thinking of a red triangle
It's
right
like
now?
if I said I saw a dog, because we already have past empirical examples of dogs and people seeing them. We already have the evidence for that.
Seeing a dog is something physical,
No,
right? Like
any examples of things we already have already happened. So I'm imagining a red triangle. So you could imagine a red triangle? Yes, that's evidence. I'll grant it. Like I've seen dogs. So if you claim you've seen a dog, I can believe you because we already have.
What do you mean it's evidence? What evidence can I provide you that I'm thinking of a red triangle right now?
Your verbal words count because it's a thing that's already.
Okay, but my verbal words count. What are you talking about? That's not evidence I'm actually doing, and I could be lying to you.
I don't care if you're lying. So if you say you saw a dog, I'm justified in believing you. If you say you saw a unicorn, I would not be justified in believing you. The difference there is we have past empirical examples of dogs. Same thing with a red triangle. If you say you're imagining a red triangle, since we already have past examples of people imagining a red triangle, I'm justified in believing you. If you said you were imagining a round square, I would not be justified in believing you. Things that have a past empirical basis are rational to believe. Things that do not are not rational to believe.
Fair enough. I agree. I agree with that point. But you're still kind of conceding because you're already saying that all I have to do as evidence that I'm thinking of something is just verbalize it to you. Whereas if the claim was something different, like if the claim was about
something outside of your imagination, yes, you need more.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's not special pleading. Like you're acknowledging that you have to look at the nature of the claim to assess what type of evidence is justified to support that claim.
Right. So if it goes,
you can't just lump
beyond
it all
science,
together.
It requires more. If it goes below science,
What's that?
It requires less.
Well, what if I'm thinking of a red triangle? Is that science or not?
Below science, something we already have scientific examples.
It's what?
Something.
I'm sorry. It is science or not?
Yes, it's still science. Everything's science.
Okay, so all I have to do is just tell you that I'm thinking
because
of
we've
it.
already have past examples that have been scientific.
I know that, but what I'm saying, like, if the claim was like there's
I'm
a
answering your
unicorn
question.
in my backyard,
because we already have past examples of red triangles being imagined in people's brains. We have neurology, fMRIs of people imagining red triangles. We have tons and tons of past empirical evidence of red triangles already existing, and you're saying you're doing a thing that we have millions of examples of and have already been demonstrated to exist empirically via science. I can just believe you. That's fine because it's already been scientifically demonstrated. Now, if you're claiming something that has not been scientifically demonstrated, whether it's metaphysics or unicorns, I don't care, you're going to need more than science. For things that have already been demonstrated by science, we can just...
What do you mean by more than science?
I have no idea. Well, like if you're claiming some metaphysical fundamental nature of reality, you're going to have like do more than science.
I just think it's fair to say that like when you look at what type of evidence is needed to support a claim, you have to look of the claim,
yes,
right? And taking into account things
more than science. It requires more verification, not less.
I would just say it's different. I don't think you could quantify whether it's more or
not
less.
really.
It's just of a different
Science is
degree.
how
It's
you-
of a
science
different
is how you
nature.
differentiate imagination from reality. There is no physical universe, non-physical universe. Science is anything that can differentiate anything that exists independent of your imagination, of any category. Physics, metaphysics, supernatural, ontological. Science is everything, anything that could ever differentiate anything that exists from your imagination.
Anyway, I lost track of what we're debating, but anyway, guys, I will depart on that happy note. I enjoyed the talk. Hope we can pick it up later.
I'll ask on the subject of the resurrection, since you brought it up. I posted a video with Richard C. Miller, who's a scholar who studied translation fables, and he explains how the resurrection story fits into the background of Hellenistic translation fables.
All right, cool. I'll check that out, man.
Yep.
Later, guys.
Yep.
Have a good one.
All right, Frank, you said you got a question?
Yeah. Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, X. Hey, Amy.
Howdy.
And hey, T-Jump. So I was talking to Jen the other day,
That was a
and
mistake.
I don't know if you we were doing a stage on one of our stages, and basically my question is like, and I came to me some sort of like realization of like the fact that matter could be an illusion created by a mind, because she believes in like a universal mind, right? So I guess my question is, how do you prove physicalism without presupposing it? Because like that's what she said. She said that we were making a circular argument. So I guess that's my question, Tom.
Novel testable predictions. So physicalism makes novel predictions. Idealism doesn't make novel predictions. Physicalism is justified to believe. Idealism is not. Same reason we don't believe a brain in a vat.
Yeah, but my guess, like, how would you differentiate between physicalism being an illusion created by a mind in that sense?
Which hypothesis makes novel predictions? Whichever one makes novel predictions is the one that's rational to believe.
Okay. I guess this is my other question. Amy, I like your cat, by the way, and I hope you guys have a good day. All right.
Thank you so very much.
Your cat?
Yeah, I have 3 kitties. Moonlight, Penelope, and Buttercup. They're all I would say all cats are awesome. My cats are awesome too.
CJ, what do you got?
I had a sort of a thought experiment that's designed to sort of see where you land in regards to skepticism. I could probably do it very quickly, and I want to get your guys' opinion on
Go
it.
for it.
All right, so it's a hypothetical. Say you go to bed tonight, and before you wake up, you have a dream, very vivid dream, where somebody walks up to you and they gave you, say, 6 lottery. Let's say they say 6 numbers, and they say these are tonight's winning lottery numbers, 1 to 99, sort of thing. You wake up, you write it down, but you don't play it. You just go to work, come home, and you just say, okay, I'm just going to see. I'm going to see what happens when I'm going to turn on the TV. I'm going to see. I'm going to hold up that paper and just to see what happens. And lo and behold, it's accurate. It's 100% dead on, those 6 numbers in the lottery. And the question is, would you consider that coincidence?
Maybe. I mean, I could consider it evidence of the hypothesis that somebody spoke to me in my dream or something. That'd be fine too.
Amy?
It's a beginning. Can it be happen over and over? But at least, I can't differentiate between coincidence or not yet.
You'd be somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
It's not a coincidence that you would dream of lotto in the first place. Like I, for instance, have never dreamed about lotteries because I think they're stupid. Just like in terms of the odds of winning, like it's a sucker's trap, right? It's a
Sure.
fundraising technique. It's like taxation for the willing to give their money. But for a person who thinks about lottery, they're going to be much more likely to do the dreaming process about them. So it's not even a coincidence that they would be dreaming about lottery numbers in the first place.
Well, I'm
As
asking
for-
you personally, if you had that happen, would you consider that coincidence?
No, because I just pointed out that like having a dream in the first place isn't just coincidental. It's explained by thinking about and being exposed to the stimuli in the past.
I think
right?
he specifically is
if
talking
we
about the
took-
numbers. Like if you get the numbers right and they happen to win, is the numbers you dreamt of purely coincidence?
Yeah, it could be, but it also could be the case that like you were exposed to something about the numbers and you may have forgotten it. So for instance, there's a large number of people who write songs and they get sued because the song turns out to be an existing song. And it's actually the case that they did hear the song, but they forgot hearing it. So it's more likely the case that you somehow heard what the winning lottery numbers were and forgot than it is that you just like randomly guessed.
Well, I think in his analogy, they haven't been called yet. So you wake up and then they call.
Right. You wrote them down on paper. Later on that day, you held up the paper just to see what would happen, and lo and behold, it's the same.
But CJ, can I tell you it would be a stronger correlation if it was happening over and over?
Yes.
And it was just like every day, you're like, holy shit, every dream I have, I just go back and I win.
Mhm.
That would be a more strong phenomena because rare events happen all the time.
So, and just to get the X, what would you, if you understand what I'm saying, like where would you fall in regards to that?
So there's going to be a cognitive illusion that this is evidence of some kind of like predictive power, but unless there's some reason to think that it's not a coincidence, you would conclude that it would be.
Oh, interesting. So you would say it's coincidence. You would pretty much be siding more towards coincidence than anything.
Like thousands of people have dreams about lottery numbers. A lot of the people who are obsessed with lottery dream about it all the time because they're obsessed with it, right? So if we take all the people who dream about lottery numbers, eventually some of them are going to be correct, right? You're not going to conclude that just because you have dreams about lottery numbers that happen to be correct, that it's because yours have some explanatory factor that all the other dreams do not. It's only by ignoring the size of the sample. Like if you were the only person who ever dreamed about lottery numbers and you got it correct, that'd be evidence that there's some like very strong correlation. But if there are literally thousands of people dreaming about something and one of them happens to randomly get the correct result, that's a huge sample of unsuccessful ones. If you include the unsuccessful ones, then no, it's not a very impressive result.
Gotcha. And if it happened more than once, then that might give you pause.
Yeah, absolutely. If I got a correct result, if any one person got the correct result multiple times, we would conclude there's something very unusual going on.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think in the past also there have been cases where the numbers were leaked or where there was otherwise tampered with, and that's why people won multiple times. There was an example of this with the Monopoly stamp game where you had to collect stamps to win, and the people who ran the game were leaking the stamps to their allies in an attempt to collude money out of the game. It wasn't a fair game.
It was, in fact, a monopoly.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take some Theist callers. Cheers.
I'm gonna have to go too. Gotta get to have to work. But Amy and Ix, you guys should now be admins or moderators for the stage or whatever, so you can let people up and put people down or whatever. All right, see you guys later.
Bye.